believe I've ever met him. I'm pretty sure I didn't meet him, and I just don't know anything about him.
Boris Johnson's top advisor, Dominic Cummings. You remember Dominic Cummings, don't you?
No!
Yes, that's him. He sensationally quit Downing Street with immediate effect tonight, strolling out the front door, number 10, with a box in his hands. It's probably a box in which he keeps the parts of his enormous brain that you can't fit in his skull. Doesn't it seem to you like we're being run by geniuses?
No.
I mean, what an odd thing to do. I mean, obviously it was a photo op setup. He could have gone out the back way, or he could have left when the photographers had gone for the night. So what was that about? I mean, we are constantly told that that man's a genius, despite all the evidence to the contrary. So what was that genius move about, by the way, exiting out the front door with about 100 photographers right in front of him? I mean, was it putting a visible line underneath his influence at the top, while having every intention of continuing his work from home, much like the rest of the country? It seemed too obvious a departure. Was it a signal? Misdirection, maybe? I mean, Boris Johnson clearly doesn't have the brains to comb his hair for a visit to the cenotaph, to pay respects to the dead. So what chance has he got running the country? On his own. Are we expected to believe that his wife is now pulling the strings? And if so, Brexit fans, we now have an unelected bureaucrat with unconstrained power running this country. I thought that's what we were leaving behind on our glorious exit from the ew. Yeah, how's it going so far, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah, and on that subject, the Brexit ship must be hauled under the waterline because the rats are scurrying off there faster than an Exocet missile. I mean, is there anybody that was the leading light of that fantasy story that stuck around for the ride? The industrialists that were its chief flag wavers have gone to tax havens abroad to spend more time with their money and to swerve the economic consequences of the disaster they wrought. Cummings and his evil empire of wonks and nerds, they're out the door or getting ready to be put out, like an empty milk bottle. So who's left? Michael Gove. He's the chief Brexiter left, but he also seems to be a shape-shifting mollusk. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. He's the chap who said, "Let no one be in any doubt how difficult and damaging a no-deal Brexit would be for British farming." He said that in a speech to farmers, the National Union of Farmers, last year. He also said, "I emphatically do not want to run the risks leaving without a deal would involve." And in March last year, he said, "We didn't vote to leave without a deal. That wasn't the message of the campaign I helped lead." And then he did a swift pivot and claimed that no deal has his full support. Do these people believe in anything?
No.
I mean, you couldn't trust that man farther than you could launch him out of a pea shooter. Boris is left too, but he doesn't really believe in anything at all, other than the glory that is Boris. And in that regard, he is Britain Trump. Surely that should be British Trump, shouldn't it? Britain Trump just sounds so wrong. And I bet Boris is going to be out in his ear by January anyway. I'm surprised that his current wife hasn't thrown his clothes out the window into the street yet. So we had this weird spectacle of Dominic Cummings, the man who gifted us Brexit, choosing to walk out into the full glare of the Downing Street cameras after his closest ally and weird lookalike Lee Kane fell on his sword, having failed to secure the key role of Mr. Johnson's Chief of Staff. I mean, Cummings was famously going by the end of the year anyway. I mean, so it's odd then that he would elect to do so quite so visibly and quite so early. They call him a Svengali. He wasn't due to leave his government role. He's actually running the country. This is what's so amazing about Brexiteers. I've got to stop saying that because it makes them sound like heroes. Brexiters. Brexit-ums. Brexit-ums. The whole thing was that we don't want to be run by unelected officials, where, of course, the EU is stuffed with elected officials, and the officials that weren't directly elected were elected by the people that were directly elected. Whereas in this country, we're run by a man that nobody voted for at all, who answers to a head of state that is also unelected. and is overseen by an unelected upper house. It's sort of a democracy, I suppose, if you squint. So he's off then, the Svengali. He wasn't due to leave his government role for more than a month, but 48 hours at the heart of government, been shaken up like a cocktail shaker, and he was off. He reportedly took the decision to go straight away, rather than being given his marching orders by Boris Johnson's current wife. I mean, really. And now number 10 was absolutely stuffed full of vote leavers. You know, that mendacious lot with dodgy data at their fingertips. And senior Conservatives, you know, those people were doing a little what passes for a little happy dance. One senior Tory said, "I haven't seen so many emojis of champagne and wine glasses." Holy macaroni. Are we really being led by people who communicate in emojis? What are they, 14? Boris Johnson's fiancée, Carrie Symonds. Oh, right, not wife yet, fiancée. How many wives has he had so far? I mean, approximately?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
More or less than he's had children. Less so far, I think. Carrie Symonds, Boris Johnson's fiancée, has allies that are reported to have played a key role in the development of kicking Gollum out the front door. And they were reported to have started to refer to the Brexit campaign lot as the Mad Mullers. Yeah, they're good at spreading misinformation on social media. Absolutely great at that. But running a country, not really. Not so much. Jubilant Tories, it says in the Mail, reacted to the events by gloating vote leave has left, while a former advisor swiped goodbye and good riddance. Senior MP Bernard Jenkins said it was an opportunity to restore... Oh, you're going to love this bit. It was an opportunity to restore integrity and trust. Great sense of humour, that man. Integrity and trust. That's the first two things that occurs to you when you think of the Conservative administration. No? No. And the man at the top is studiously unkempt serial liar and philanderer. Integrity and trust. You'd be better looking for those two qualities in a second-hand car dealership. Sean in Brighton says, I sent this text 5 times faster than any listener could have. 5 times. Nobody can believe it. Honestly, believe me. I was so hoping that he was going to go off script. Donito Mussolini. But he must have had somebody, I don't know, wire him up to the mains under threat of electrocution if he started to, do one of his demented rally speeches. The thing with offering the vaccine is that his fans won't take it. They're the dribbling dinglings on the internet who think that the entire thing is a conspiracy, that the virus doesn't actually exist at all. Those are his fans. They ain't going to take the vaccine. They think that the vaccine has been invented by Bill Gates to put a microchip in you so that he can control you like a robot.
Affirmative.
Those are his fans. Peter in Retford says, okay, so Trump lost the White House, but he did get extra points, so not all bad.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Here is a call in the West Midlands. Hello, Ranjit.
Hiya, Nick, you okay?
I'm super, thanks for asking.
I bet you had a fantastic weekend last week.
Oh, you mean time off? Time off for good behaviour.
Yeah. Time off for good behaviour.
It was weird, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Bojo's lost his mojo, yeah, and all the rats are definitely leaving the thinking ship.
Yeah, scurrying away they are.
Yeah, scurrying away. And you know what? Years ago, he used to be who you knew, yeah, but now I think it's changed to what you know about who, yeah. And I think when all these whistleblowers start whistleblowing in a couple of months' time or a year's time,
Whistleblowing about what?
about what Cummings had on Boris Johnson and what yeah, I've said to you before, there's lots of comings and goings on in 10 Downing Street.
I think Boris Johnson's an open book. I think the scandal is writ large. It's not a secret, really. We know precisely what that sticky-fingered philanderer has been up to.
Yeah, and you know, I do want to jump across the pond as well, because I've just watched the speech of Donald Trump in the Rose Garden, and I thought, this guy is going to resign any minute now, because it was like, this is your life. But he's probably preparing for your show, so I don't know if you watched it, yeah?
Yeah, I watched a bit of it.
Did you watch a bit of it, yeah? And you know what? Mojo's lost his bojo, and Bojo's lost his mojo, and he's lost his orangeness and his orange hair. What's happened?
I don't know. What was that about? He looked like a normal person.
Well,
maybe he's so grumpy he just can't be bothered to go through the 15 hours of makeup that it takes to ordinarily appear like that.
And I thought he's gone into Star Trek, because he's talking about warp speed and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. And I'm thinking to myself, mate, what are you on about? And then,
trying to take credit for something that had absolutely nothing to do with him is so Trump. I mean, it's so on message. It's just perfect. Telling Pfizer, this giant company who he had roped into his warp speed, they got warp speed and we got moonshot. It's almost as though that we are being run like puppets by the same couple of billionaires, isn't it? Curious that the same people, the same names keep coming up over and over and over again, both with Trump and Boris Johnson and Brexit. It's almost as though it's a worldwide coup. If you really want to deal in conspiracy theories, it's not a conspiracy if it's actually happening.
Yeah, it's happening all over. The thing is that these two people are like on a boycott, on a tandem, and they seem to be following each other, probably with a phase difference of about 3 months, and it's just going to happen. You watch Bojo, you're saying at the end of the year or January, I think they'll last till about Easter. Boris Johnson. Right. Easter, I think so, yeah. After Easter, he's brown bread, mate. He's going to be gone.
I think it very much depends on whether the vaccine is any good and whether this test to see if we've actually got the invisible menace is any good. And there's not very good news about the test, by the way. I'll come to that in a while, just as you would expect.
The thing is, I mean, I've been listening to you, and I'm really open-minded, yeah? They says, first we're going to try all the elderly, right? So if it fails, they were ready for the next stage in their life, which they was going to die, yeah? Then we're going to take the people who have got underlying medical conditions, yeah? Sorry, Ranji, yes, you was a diabetic, we give you, it didn't work, so we're going to blame diabetes, yeah? We're going to blame my grandmother for being too old, yeah? So they've got it all planned already. So when they're going to give it to somebody who's about 40, yeah? And then the 40-year-old pops his clogs, yeah?
Right.
We're going to say, you know what, I don't think it actually works. Let's go back to the drawing board. And by that time, they've wiped out half the population. You know what I mean? So they're getting everything wrong time and time and time again. And then like how Donald Trump come today, he used that we're riding over the hill, the cavalry's coming. Well, where's this coming cavalry, mate? You know what? Do you remember that program called Just William? And
well, I remember the books.
The books. Anyway, I'm a bit older than you. There used to be that, what's the name? She comes in and she's got, I'm going to scream, I'm going to scream, I'm going to scream, scream, scream.
I'll scream and scream till I'm thick?
Yeah, that's the one. And then somebody asked me, what's the best way to tell Donald Trump that he's actually lost the election? You know what the best way is? Because he watches a lot of television, is to get Alan Sugar to say to him, mate, you're fired, right? You're cream crackered and you're dead. And
I'm not sure that would be the best way of doing it.
No, it would be. I'd love it. And when they have the inauguration,
I think if Rupert Murdoch delivered the news personally, that might actually do it. Or if one of his fans on Fox News actually told it like it is, instead of continuing this farrago, this ridiculous show that he's got going on at the moment. Do you know how many votes he's behind by? It's about 5.5 million.
Yeah.
Biden has won 306 electoral college votes. Trump 233. 306 to 233 is not even close.
But if you've got the biggest mouth, yeah, the empty special makes the most noise, and that's what he's using. He's taking it to his advantage. And I'll tell you another thing, because they reckon that when he goes out of office, he's going to have to go bankrupt again. He might end up in prison.
Well,
and then the thing is, if Donny's listening to me, the best thing he should do now is resign, make Mike Pence the president, and pardon him. No, no. Okay, make me president then.
Yeah, well, I bet that's actually gone through his mind, because he keeps bringing up the notion of pardoning himself and all of his family members for not just what they've done, but for whatever they may do in the future. And that may or may not work. Nobody's really sure if a president can pardon himself. But what could happen is if Donito were to step down and let Mike Pence take over for the next month or so, and then Mike Pence could pardon Donald Trump. That might work. I bet he's actually, written that down. He's pondering it right now. Of course, it would make him look like a loser, but he might just swallow it. All right, thanks a lot, Ranjit. So there's theories going around about what it is that he's actually doing now, with all these ridiculous lawsuits that are getting thrown out, or practically the very moment that a judge has eyes on it. And some of them are just so silly. And judges are getting irate up and down the country with these preposterous cases that are being put before them. They're not even trying anymore. It's just like it's perfect Donald Trump. This is how he's managed to get away with stuff his entire life, using the law as a weapon, just outspending on lawyers. And he's got thousands of them all over the country, just clogging up the court system with this nonsense. And not one single one of them has succeeded in any way so far, and neither will they. He's got no case. Even if they did succeed, even if all of the things that he says is true, he still wouldn't win. The gap's too big. You're lost, Donny. You're not president anymore.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
He actually is president until January the 20th. What a system they have over there. How bizarre is that? You lose, but you get to stick around and do whatever you want for 2 months. Of course, ordinarily, people have expected an outgoing president to behave with decorum. And that's because nobody thought that that the American people would be daft enough to vote in a malevolent clown off the telly. But they have. And so all of the things that used to be just taken for granted and weren't written down, he doesn't believe in any of that stuff. The only thing that Donald Trump believes in is Donald Trump. Doesn't believe in the rule of law and order, other than to, like I said, use the law as a weapon to beat other people into submission. So anything could happen between now and January the 20th. And he's going to get more and more furious and angry. And I betcha, I said this last week, that he won't admit defeat, but he will say, it has been stolen from me, and in order to correct this error, I'm going to run again for 2024. I bet he does, because it will give him the ability and the excuse to continue to have his demented white power rallies. And his dribbling fans will just love it. He'll be like an old band that has reformed just to do the hits that they had 30 years ago. To the same old crowd of dinglings. He will. He'll do all of that. And he'll have somebody write a book and put his name on the front of it. I was robbed, or something like that. And maybe, in order to get back at Rupert Murdoch, who is who has said so nasty things about him, or has instructed Fox News not to suck up quite so much. He's going to start his own TV station, and that's a really bad thing, because one of the reasons that we're in this mess in the first place is social media, is the fact that people only get their news from one source. It used to be that you would get your news from the news on TV. But nobody really does that anymore. I mean, the audience for the news, the news, that's minuscule now. People don't get their news from the news anymore. They get the news from Facebook. And that moon-faced creep who runs Facebook makes his money by keeping your eyes on his site. And the way that they do that, they've figured out, is just to keep telling you what you've already read. If you've showed an interest in something, like, the royal family is alien reptiles, then they will keep telling you, keep putting stories your way that the royal family is, in fact, alien reptiles. And if you keep reading the same story over and over again, and no other story that tells you that the opposite is true, then you will believe it. Of course you will. If it's the only information you're getting, then you will believe that Her Majesty the Queen is an alien reptile. She's going to pull her head off any moment. If that's all you read, then eventually you do believe it, and that's what's happened. That's why we got Donald Trump, that's why we got Brexit, and that's why we got Boris Johnson. And it's just the same few names over and over and over again. It's all about the money, honey. Some people are making a boatload. Well, 2020 is, could it be saved right at the very end? They say they got a vaccine. They also say they got a fast turnaround test. More about that later. The Gollum is out of number 10, and Donald Trump is a giant orange loser. Well, not orange now. He seemed to be the colour of a normal human being on that thing that he did tonight. His facial technicians must have left the building. That's what he looks like when he's not spray tanned before he leaves. Huh. Chertsey, hello, Tom.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. I would like to know what you think was inside Dominic Cummings' cardboard box as he left number 10 today.
Probably a collection of knitted children's hats.
Well, because I've been thinking about it. Let's say it was staged. He must have had something in it. I mean, what were you thinking? Children's hats, hand cream. I think James O'Brien said it could have been one of those basketball hoops that you throw rubbish in on the top of a bin. They took a painting out, and you couldn't really tell who the artist was or anything about it, other than it had those big bobble eyes. You know what you get on like a birthday card or something. Yeah,
it'll be drawn, but then the eyes will have some pupils that you can shake about. The painting was of that. It was like a big boggle-eyed birthday card as a painting. How bizarre is that? I don't know. Maybe he was keeping his personality in the box.
Maybe. I wonder what's next for him, bless his little soul. So I do wonder what's next for him, because I mean Brexit is a car crash and a skip on fire. I mean that's how well it's going at the moment, and I just feel that I was talking to my brother about this today actually, and I said, if you were in a car crash and the car was on fire and you were going into a towering inferno, would you rather have a driver or not? And I felt like now we've lost him. We've lost the mastermind of the mess. So what are we going to do? Mastermind.
People have got to stop saying that. I mean, is there any indication that this country, for this year just gone, has been run by a genius?
Absolutely not, no. But do you think we're better off going into Brexit without it now, considering Brexit's happening whether we like it or not? So my argument is, would it actually, in some weird sort of, weird sense of irony, actually be more handy to have had him on the team as we enter this mess, as opposed to him being on the sidelines looking in and
No,
just
because he
cheering.
doesn't appear to be good at anything other than an election campaign. He's no good at running the country. Obviously, he's absolutely abysmal at it, if we are to believe that that's what he has been doing. And Boris Johnson doesn't seem to have any interest in running the country. I mean, and neither should we expect that he would. We knew who we were voting for. Well, I mean...
Did we?
Well, when I say we, I don't mean me. I mean the people that voted for him surely knew that he was the clown off the telly. They were expecting him to become prime ministerial. That's like expecting Donald Trump to become presidential. You've got absolutely no chance.
The thing is, back in December, it was. I mean, things were looking rosy, weren't they? I mean, he was just about to finish off his divorce. Brexit was almost there, and on the day he got his 80-seat majority. Probably going into this year with the Olympics and the Euros and Brexit needing to happen, he thought he was king of the world and champion. And then all of a sudden, he almost died. His divorce was a struggle. He's lost a load of money. Yeah. He's got the worst economy since God knows when. Everything's falling down around him.
And him and all of his subjects. But the difference between him and us is that he'll be okay. Don't worry about him. His finances are secure for the rest of his life. It's us that are in trouble.
I know. Well, that's absolutely. But I don't know. You were talking to you give it until early next year. I think he might stand out until the summer, and then we'll get Dominic Raab in, and then everything will be nice and rosy. Or humanoid Alok Sharma. Can you imagine waking up to Alok Sharma?
Right. How about Prime Minister Priti Patel? See, it could get worse. All right. Yeah, that's right. Last December. You remember what last December was like? I mean, even if you voted for Jezza, last December was pretty good compared to what we've had since then. I remember saying it at the time, last December, when I did I was probably doing the A to Z of the year at the time. And I thought, 2020, gosh, doesn't that sound great? Because 20 is an auspicious number. I think the Chinese think it's a very, very lucky number. 20, gosh, that doesn't that sound marvellous? And there's two of them, 2020. What could possibly go wrong? Well, little did we know. And here we are. Jimmy in Colchester said... Jay says... it's good Trump is going. However, you know that sinking feeling that you have when your favourite TV series is coming to its penultimate episode? I have to be honest, I will miss the comedy and the sense of expectation that I feel as soon as Trump opens his mouth. Don't worry about a thing, Jay. He ain't going nowhere. And the thing is, he's absolutely right. He is great box office. That's why. One of the reasons why he won is because the TV news couldn't help pointing their cameras at him. And neither could people on Twitter. I mean, there was a statistic that came out the other day that was quite interesting. That and when I say statistic and interesting, then I see you on the edge of your seats.
Boring.
No, really, it was an interesting statistic that said the people that were actually retweeting Donald Trump were Democrats who were just taking the things that he tweets and then retweeting them and think, God, have you seen what this Burke has said now? Thereby putting a megaphone to his mouth. It was the people that were against him, and you could include a lot of TV stations in this as well, that were giving him the oxygen of publicity, spreading the message. And by that method, he got enough of a minority of people to shout the loudest and took over a country, the likes of which we haven't seen since, well, you tell me. I mean, a major country being taken over by an autocrat like that. Name one. Italy, Germany, but that's going back a long way. That's the stuff of the History Channel. God, if he does actually run and get in at 2024, then he's got a list of people and organisations that he wants to get back at that's as long as his tie. He's making a list and checking it twice. because he lives for revenge. That's the pretty much that's his meat and I was going to say. I was just about to say meat and veg.
Disgusting.
No. Oh, God, I'm going to have to dunk my head in a bucket of bleach. I could introduce it into myself in some way. Maybe that will have an effect on the virus. I could stick some light up me. Right, what's this? The number 20 denotes one who has infinite potential. Is this you?
No, it's from a tarot card website.
A tarot card website. A tarot card website. Oh, well, you should have said. This is factual. The number 20 denotes one who has infinite potential when it comes to relationships or diplomacy. What do you think of that, Boris?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, diplomacy.
I think Donald Trump is clearly out of his mind.
Right. This number helps in bringing projects to completion. Well, these were wrong on all counts. Tarot cards. What projects have we brought to completion? Name one single, other than raiding the public purse and splashing the proceeds all over your friends and mates. That's the only thing that this government has been successful in doing. Billions and billions of pounds have disappeared. I keep saying this. It's not a government. It's a smash and grab raid. I really hope that somebody's keeping track of all of this. Because it's the greatest redistribution. I mean, talk about socialism. It's the redistribution of wealth from those who have little or nothing to those who are the haves and the have-yots. Billions and billions of pounds. Nobody knows where it went. Well, somebody knows where it went, but they ain't telling. The vibration of the number 20 is expressed when there is a strong need to learn patience so that the appropriate actions can be properly carried out. What on earth does that mean? I have no idea, but, it did come from an impeachable source, a tarot website. Hey, I wonder what Donald Trump's spiritual advisor is saying about all of this. Yeah, that sounds like she's talking in tongues again. How do people fall for that stuff? I mean, really? How do people fall for that stuff? It boggles the mind, don't it?
I love the poorly educated.
Yeah, it's the gift that keeps on grifting.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
That guy cracks me up. He was a fellow that called me about a year or so ago, and I was I know this sounds hard to believe, but I was being mean to Nigel Farage.
We've got a few idiots in our party.
Yes. Hello.
Oh, hello.
This text says, Trump cannot give Pence the presidency to escape prosecution by being pardoned, because then he can be impeached for material gain through his office. The Founding Fathers were smart in this regard. Boy, has he gained materially over and over and over again. Millions and millions and millions of dollars have flowed into his coffers. And still do. I think the reason why he is continuing to contest the election is not because he thinks he can overturn the result. The Biden's win is too massive. It's because this is his last con in office this time round. And I'll come to that in a minute. It's just mind-boggling, the stuff that he's getting away with, and his drooling yeehaw fans are allowing him to do it. They still think that he's on their side. James in Swindon says, the most disappointing thing is that he is to be addressed as President Trump for the rest of his life. Yeah, either that or inmate 5347981. Here's call in Catford. Hello, Steve.
Hi, Nick. Regarding our friend over there, this was a curious. I mean, I watched it. I think he spoke. None of what was in it surprised me. I mean, completely lacked grace, manners. humour, charm, empathy, any sort of consolation for the 230,000 people that have died.
No, me. Yeah.
I mean, there were at least 5 lies in a 5-minute speech. At least.
Well, that's one a minute. That's him slowing down. That is.
or at best, massive exaggerations. He said that many, I can't do him, but many world leaders had rang him to congratulate him on
sure
his
they had. Yeah. Yes.
But he'd had the best result in the whole world.
Mm-hmm. They test more than any other country, and his performance has been better than anybody's believe him.
Yes.
He also said that Pfizer, this company, this giant multinational corporation, was part of his effort to vanquish the Chinese virus, in his words. And Pfizer said, no, we don't have anything to do with that. And he corrected them. It was very unfortunate of them to say that, he said, by which he means don't correct me, even if I am wrong.
He said it at least 3 times as well.
Yeah.
And he also said that any other administration would have taken at least 5 years.
Yeah, of course.
How he knows that, I don't know. Of course he doesn't know it. But, I mean, that is all Trump. But he did look curiously listless and grey, you know.
Well, you say grey. I say he just looked like an ordinary human being, as opposed to bright orange with yellow hair.
Yeah, a guy of 74. I mean, which is, there's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, maybe my TV was on the fritz, but he did have white hair, which is the first time I've seen that. And it actually, you know what? He looked better.
Yeah. Like Paul McCartney. Stop dyeing your hair, you fool. You look far better.
Paul McCartney. No, all the girls. Na, 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 na.
Rock and roll!
Despite that, I still feel a bit dispirited, because you're right, he hasn't gone away. There's 70-odd million people in the States and in other countries around the world that probably believe in tarot cards.
Buy into his con. Yeah, he is probably the most successful con artist in history. I mean, name a better one.
And you're right, he's box office. He does have a certain kind of horrible charisma, which Biden doesn't have. But I watched Biden speak, and it was like going back to normal almost.
Yes, exactly. It's the same as when, it's the same in this country when you hear old prime ministers speak. Like John Major was saying, he made a speech about Brexit, which was completely correct in every respect, and he sounded like a person who you could trust to lead a country, as opposed to the bumbling clown off the telly that we got in this country.
It's like a weather forecast. After about 30 seconds, you forget what's happening in Wales or what. You just, my mum can't stand it. He gets halfway through. What's he talking about? You know. And
which person are we talking about now? Boris.
Boris.
Right.
No, not Boris Johnson. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's stop calling him Boris. He's not a cuddly teddy bear. That's an act.
Yeah. But am I right? Nick, to think there might be just a hint of hope there if Biden Biden is in. He will get in. The monster will go. And I know, Keir, they don't fill you with youthful hope and optimism, but it's kind of maybe steadying the ship before younger, brighter people that are intelligent and at least have some empathy for us.
Yeah, the big thing in the way of that nirvana that you have just described is the fact that Trump is going to be in office and have the full power of the presidency behind him until January the 20th.
Yeah,
and he can do anything he wants from now till then, including, I would be amazed if he didn't do this, the complete destruction of everything in his path. Because, I mean, there's 5 stages of, you could say there's 7 or 9, but let's say there's 5 stages of grief. And the first is dismissing the obvious, which is where he's done that. And the second is anger, and I think anger is where he's going to stick. He's going to. We're not going to get the rest of them. We're just going to get the anger part, because he is a giant orange baby.
But the other, which hasn't really been commented on, I mean, it has been, but the fact that he took 10 days to address the nation, and when he did, he didn't even address the nation. He didn't.
Yeah.
He just told us a list of
because he was sulking.
His great achievements. I mean, he was on the golf course. I bet no one beat him at golf that 10 days. You know. Can you imagine?
He fired. So he's busy firing everybody from the security services because they're part of the swamp and the deep state that has been working against them. The left wing hippies at the FBI and the CIA for crying out loud. And so he's busy firing them all, and he wanted the names of the people who applauded their boss leaving. The very popular boss of, I can't remember which security agency it was off the top of my head, but they left the building and they got applauded out of the building. Trump's response was, I want the names of the people who are doing the applauding so I can fire them. Yeah, that's who he is.
Oh, Jesus, Mussolini. But
Donito Mussolini. Yes.
With the... Oh, dear. But he's gone and he hates it. He can't stand it.
He ain't going nowhere. He hasn't gone. He will probably... No. It's like Obi-Wan Kenobi. You strike me down and I will become more powerful than you could possibly imagine. Thanks a lot, Steve. Philippe texts, Nick, do you think that Trump will remember to award himself the Presidential Medal of Honor before January the 20th for his outstanding contribution to the American way of life? He's already given a presidential medal to fellow golfer Tiger Woods, so fair's fair. Yeah, that sounds about right. Christine tweets, is Trump's hair white in his latest video, not blonde? Trying to look more serious. Perhaps he started reading the replies to his tweets. Yes. Yeah. I wonder if he actually does. I think perhaps he can't resist it. I don't read the replies to my tweets. I just throw them out there. I write them down and I chuck my tweets out and let them have a life of their own. And anonymous texts, Trump 2050, the hologram tour. He ain't going nowhere. No, he isn't going anywhere. He's going to become larger and louder. And the only thing that can vanquish his continued rise is the news media stopping paying attention to him. Just stop doing it, he said, while doing it. Oh, I see. It's my fault. Now, the TV news has got to stop after he's not president anymore, because it's entirely justifiable to hang on his every word while he is. But when he just becomes another dope on the telly, let's stop, please, covering everything he does live for a start. Let's stop doing that. Here is Harrogate, poshest Harrogate, Martin.
Hello, Nick. Good evening, sir.
Yes, Martin.
Nick, the reason I've rung in is because, okay, Donald Trump has done things in a way which no other American president has done.
Yeah.
I remember when Donald was rallying, before he was declared president 4 years ago, and he said he'd bring businesses that had gone abroad because they paid less tax, and anybody doing anything to keep an American business in another country, then he would impose higher tariffs on their product.
Right, and that then that means that China or wherever it is that you're talking about would have to pay those tariffs, which is completely the opposite of the truth. The American consumer pays the tariffs.
Yeah, the American consumer pays the tariffs. Okay.
So he was lying about that.
But he did cut taxes for the American public.
He cut taxes for American billionaires.
Well, I could say the same about past American presidents that have cut taxes for American billionaires.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I could also say this: he cut corporation tax.
Yeah, like I said, for American billionaires.
Yeah, but look at this, Nick. He gave employment to a lot of American people.
How did he do that?
Because he created jobs. Jobs were created.
Well, he didn't create
in the
jobs.
USA market.
He didn't create jobs. People who employ people.
He brought them back for people that own businesses.
No, he didn't. You see, if you look at every economic measure through you remember Barack Obama, don't you?
Yeah.
That's back when the world made sense. Barack Obama's effect on the economy was bottom left to top right on every graph that you can think of. It was stock market, employment, output, you name it. And Donald Trump, he took over and had no effect on the lines of those graphs whatsoever. They just continued in the same upward trajectory. So he had no effect. What Donald Trump did was claim credit for what Barack Obama had done.
Barack Obama didn't do anything, Nick, during his time as 8 years as president.
He didn't do anything?
He didn't do anything. He didn't do anything to get the American economy going.
But he did. The American economy increased in value more under Barack Obama than it did under Trump.
Look, Nick. Okay, we're going to beg to differ here.
Well,
but
you can't differ on the facts. Just look it up. I mean, I know that you're the kind of person that gets their news from Donald Trump's Twitter feed, but if you just step out of that little, furious crimson bubble, then you'll find that there are actually things called indisputable facts. Just look it up, Martin.
I don't have.
Well, then go to the library. You don't have a computer. Everybody on Earth has got a computer. What are you talking about?
No, I haven't got a computer.
Where do you get your news? Where do you get your news?
I'm going to.
Where do you get your news, Martin?
Yeah, but
Martin, where do you get your news?
My news, I listen to the various news networks.
Well, no news network will have told you what you've just told me. So where did you get that information?
I've seen it. I've seen what he's done.
Where have you seen? What, all the way from Harrogate? You've had eyes on what Donald Trump has done from Harrogate?
Yeah.
Where did you get the information?
I listen to what CNN say. I listen to what Fox say.
How did you do that without a computer?
Without a computer.
Yes.
Oh, I've had ways and means of looking on YouTube and things.
YouTube is a computer-based site.
Look, all I'm saying.
Oh my God! The lies are pouring out of you. So you could be the next president of the United States of America. I don't have a computer yet. I watch Fox News and YouTube. Right. Like he's got a magic box on his desk at home, which is connected to a thing called an internet. Other than that, though, he doesn't have a computer. Right. Painful. Christine tweets, is Trump's hair white in his latest video, not blonde? Trying to look more... Oh, no, I've read this. Trying to look more serious. Perhaps he started reading the replies to his tweets. Well, that would age him. I betcha. Yeah, I bet it would, yeah. I bet it's enough to make his hair stand on end. Ragwin tweets, your news reporter is claiming Biden is the next president. This is not decided until the meeting of the Electoral College on the 14th of December. Well, you know what? If the Electoral College, if the Republicans who are reporting from the Republican states actually, and they in many states, they actually have the right to do this. This is how stupid the American system is. The Electoral College. They actually have the right to say, well, we know that 60% of our people voted for Joe Biden, but we don't think that that's a very good idea, so we're going to give it to Donald Trump instead. They actually can do that. But if they do, then it won't be a theory anymore. It will actually be a coup. This is what's being attempted at the moment, but they keep finding that the law, even though they've tried to rig it by stuffing the judiciary with yes persons, they keep saying no. I think because they're backed into a legal corner and they can't find any way out of saying no to all these ridiculous lawsuits that the Trump campaign keep coming up with. There's just no way for them to say yes. So they had to say no. Even the guy that likes beer. I like beer. Booze. That guy. Graham says, I feel great now Trump has single-handedly conquered the virus. No need to worry. Back to normal now then. Yeah, back to normal. Everybody's either I'm hallucinating, maybe I've got the bug myself, maybe my mind is all of a swirl, but it seems to me that this is no time to start celebrating and putting out the bunting. I mean, the government says that they can inject 1 million people a week. Yeah, right. Yeah, sure they can. 1 million people a week. Okay, so let's take them at their word. Because, I mean, you know, if they just keep saying things from now till the end of time, eventually, just by accident, one of the things that they say will come true, right? So let's say, okay, 30 million people a week. So, no, I mean 1 million people a week. So let's say that 30 million people, half of the country, needs to get a vaccine. I mean, there is this thing that would you take a vaccine that has been rushed through in 1/10 of the normal time that is usually required to ensure that something is safe, and would you get it stuck into you by a teenage squaddy from the army? Well, there is that. But the other side is, okay, 1 million a week. So there's 30 million people, and and apparently we'll need 2 goes at it, right? So that's 30 weeks for one shot, and then, assuming that they just keep up this 1 million a week, and everything works like clockwork, and nothing ever goes wrong, which seems plausible, doesn't it?
No.
So that would be 60 weeks. That's over a year to do all of us. What, to do half the country? A year! And people are celebrating like we've turned a corner. I don't see no corner. I don't see no light at the end of the tunnel. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I should just cheer up. 0345 6060 96. Oh, and the other thing is this this virus test, so that we can get life back to normal. They've got a virus test, which is very accurate. John Major presided over a massive recession in the 90s, not caused by a virus, but by his enthusiasm to join the euro. We didn't. Oh, God. It's really painful. Is there any point in reading the rest of this? Probably not. But, you know, I'm a sucker for punishment, so I'll go ahead and do it anyway. John Major caused the recession in the 90s, right, by his enthusiasm to join the euro, by tying us to wholly inappropriate German interest rates. It wasn't until Britain was forced out of the exchange rate mechanism by the markets that the economy eventually recovered. If you need a clown in charge, John Major is your man. Everything that John Major said in that speech that he gave the other day was both prime ministerial and, as a bonus, completely correct. This text says, can't wait for Trump 2024. It's going to be epic. Biden doesn't have a clue. The economy will slump. And he's a China puppet. What does that mean? Let's see Biden fail and Trump sail back into power. Well, you know, typically with the left, they come in after the right have screwed everything up and have to put it all back into shape again. And this is exactly what's happened with Joe Biden. I mean, of course the American economy is going to tank over the course of his presidency. It's because of what Donald Trump's done. Like children, they come in, they just smash everything up and then walk out, and a grown-up has to come in and tidy it all up after them. You know, like they're babies. And as for who is a China puppet, well, just look at how much China is exporting into the US before and after Trump came along. You know, for all his belly aching and his tweeting about China and all of that, They're exporting into America more than they ever have. More than at any time in history. Exports soared in July to their second highest level ever, nearly matching the record-setting Christmas rush last December, when Donald Trump was also in power. And it's not just America. China's grabbed a much larger share of global markets this summer from other manufacturing nations, entrenching a dominance in trade that could last long after the world begins to recover from the pandemic, says the failing New York Times. 0345 6060 973. This text, an anonymous text, says, Nick, I have to say that you sound rattled. It's because the left have had a very nasty shock, haven't they? Trump increased his vote and you just can't believe it. Right, I sound rattled because Trump lost by a huge margin. It is incredible that more people voted for him this time around. I mean, how much evidence do you need that he's not a fit and proper person to run a country? I mean, it really is incredible to me. I'm not rattled. I'm just stunned that so many people can be taken in.
I love the poorly educated.
It's that demographic. He tells them that they're poorly educated and they whoop and cheer. I mean, what else do you need to know? Dingalings. Let's have, and there's so many of them, is the thing. And partly it's because of the malign influence of the social media sites, particularly Facebook. Like I said, if you only get one story over and over and over again, then you're going to believe it. And because of the way that society is fractured and everybody is just gulping at their phones and their computer screens all the time, that's the way that we consume our news. That's where we get our information now. And almost all of it's wrong. But you don't know that because you don't ever listen to anybody that will tell you, that will put you straight. That moon-faced creep who runs Facebook's got a lot to answer for. I mean, like, he really does. Like the destruction of everything that we hold dear, for instance. There's that. Still, like, he made a lot of money, so, you know, no problem. Worcester. Hello, Dave.
Good evening, Nick. You're right. I think Gorbel said if you're going to lie big and often. Repeat it often and keep repeating it. Now, this virus, pandemic, whatever, has revealed, regardless of all these clowns who are supposed to be, they're not our leaders or our bosses or managers, they're supposed to be our representatives. It's a democracy. But that's by the by. The reality is that this pandemic has exposed a rotten and sick system whereby consultants and charlatans and corporations are getting millions, trillions of pounds.
Consultants?
Well, there was the consultants that were getting £6,700 a day that were working for
I thought you meant medical consultants.
No, this is, and so we got to look at the system.
Management consultants. Management, not medical, management consultants. Yeah, those lot.
Blue sky thinking. And and yet nurses and essential workers have to use food banks. And now, of course, they're going to, when this Pfizer bring in this antidote.
The vaccine.
Of course, they'll put profit before people. I say to Pfizer, and in the interest of humanity, build it and make it for free. They've got enough money, but they won't because it's a sick society.
I'm not sure that's true. They're
going to charge £30 for 2 doses. They're going to make billions and trillions of pounds, and poor countries won't be able to afford it. But we, the people, we don't want this. We don't want this system. We don't want to compete for work. We don't want to have to sell our souls to get a job. We don't want to live on benefit. And we don't want the elites. But they know that. So what they're going to do is going to be ever-increasing propaganda until the only antidote to this sick system is the people. Is the people realising that this system is corrupt. evil and rotten.
Yeah, but how much information do you need before you change your mind? We've got all the information to our fingertips.
The facts. Facts.
Yeah, but they can't handle the facts.
No, they can. The people, the elites can't handle the facts.
What did the people vote for last time? Name it.
Well, because they got no choice.
Yeah, of course they had a choice.
It's a democracy, and
it couldn't have been a starker choice. Boris Johnson and his Etonian cronies, or Uncle.
You know full well that the billionaires peddled a propaganda against Jeremy Corbyn, which is still going on now by the dreadful Keir Starmer, who is a system player, not to be trusted.
Yes, the right-wing billionaire offshore press were levelling their guns at Jeremy Corbyn from the moment he poked his bearded mug over the parapet. But you didn't have to believe it, and it wasn't the only source of information. But over and over again, this country seems to vote for things that aren't in our best interests. And you can only blame Rupert Murdoch for so much. I mean, you can blame him for a lot, but not everything. I mean, at some point, you've got to, inform yourself and make up your own mind. But what's amazing is that after 10 years of a Conservative government and austerity and everything that brought us, people who were poor thought, yes, let's vote for them because they're bound to change their ways and start to, care about me. It's amazing how easily convinced people are. I mean, I'm trying to find a way to not say gullible. It's amazing how easily convinced we are. Just get some engaging character off the telly. I mean, it's not a coincidence that the Johnson and Trump are kind of the same and were elected in kind of the same way by pretty much the same people. By which I mean the same people were, pulling the strings and doing the ad campaigns and throwing millions at social media to target adverts directly at people that didn't look like adverts. AstroTurfing. It makes it look as though it's a grassroots campaign, just ordinary people expressing an interest, but it's not. It's just cleverly designed to look that way. People get messages from, hey, I agree with you. I'm just a working mother with the children, and they're not at all. It was created by a Russian sitting in a room with 1,000 other Russians just typing this stuff up on the internet. That and bots.
Affirmative.
Robots.
Correct.
But you believe what you... It's that... I mean, it really is staggering what's happening. It continues to amaze me. Like, I'm practically speechless. It's... And I don't want to get sucked into conspiracy theory nonsense, but if there is a conspiracy, it's not Bill Gates trying to inject you with a microchip to control your actions. And it's not George Soros who's trying to take over the world for his own evil ways. It's a couple of billionaires with access to an enormous amount of computing power that can spread misinformation at a rate that the human race has never seen. And we don't really have the experience to be able to filter it out yet, because this is all brand new to us. And so you get pummeled by the same information over and over again to the point that you believe it. Just keep saying a big lie often and people will believe it. And autocrats, despots throughout down the ages have all done the same thing, and it works really well. It's just nobody's been able to do it on this scale that Donny has been able to do it.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
He's just a clown off the telly who plays the part of a successful businessman. In real life, is an abysmal businessman. And you could say the exact same thing about Boris Johnson. He's a comedian off the telly too. God. I mean, was Ken Dodd not available? I suppose not. Streatham, hello, Joy. Joy.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Great, mate.
Oh, God, you put such a smile on my face when I heard you, can't recall the name of your caller, who claimed, like most Donald Trump's worshippers, that Donald Trump basically created jobs. He's done everything. He saved the world.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised he didn't invent. I'm surprised he's not claiming that he invented the IV, introvert, whatever, to create babies. That's the next step. Ridiculous. Thank you for pointing out the obvious. If you're listening still, which I hope you are, President Obama, they and his administration, they did the hard work, the hard graft to create a lot of the jobs that you claim Donald Trump has created. Justice system, which does not exist in America, but they started the prison reform. And believe me, if you had any knowledge, the hard work they've done behind closed doors, without the media pointing it out, and every time you had the Republican blocking everything, every step of the way, because their mission, as pointed out by Mitch McConnell, was to make life hell for President Obama.
Yeah, that's the first thing that Mitch McConnell said. As soon as Obama became president, they met. And McConnell and Obama said, well, I hope that we can work together. And McConnell said, are you kidding? We're not going to work with you on anything.
No, exactly. And yet, honestly, can you imagine? Publicly, he uttered those words. And somehow, his worshippers just somehow, I don't know, it's like, this wasn't said. Oh, that was them. I know President Trump didn't say it, but the fact that you can say that to another human being with the notion that there are people in your country who will need you to work together sometimes. Baffles me. And this credit, and another one that...
but on that point, what the Republicans do, it's the same as the Conservatives, they wrap themselves in the flag and suggest that they are the true patriots. Yeah. They are the ones that are working on in the best interests of the country. But the opposite is the truth, because Donald Trump has done nothing of the kind.
Oh my God!
He's worked in the interests of Donald Trump, and his Republican apologists have done they've just rolled over and let him take control of the richest and most powerful political party in the world. Amazing, really. And it took Trump about 5 seconds to take over. He just blew in, shouted louder than anybody else, and that was that. Amazing. It really is incredible. I mean, you've got to give him credit, I suppose. His act is a really good one. He's engaging, he's mesmerizing. We know that that's absolutely true, because just look at the ratings for the news. And he's right about that. When he stops, he's not going to stop. But if the news stops covering him, then their ratings will go down. It's bound to. He's like a car crash. You just can't take your eyes off it. What's he going to say next? I'd quite like to go back to boring, though, wouldn't you? As opposed to waking up in the morning and looking on Twitter to see if we're at war. If World War III's broken out.
I'll bring us into war.
Yeah, I'd like a period of boring, wouldn't you? Just a while. Just to get a breather. That would be great. Thanks a lot, Joy. 0345 6060 973. Adam says, the British media and public almost fetishise Cummings and give him the attention he so craves. They laud him as a genius and mastermind when he's nothing of the sort. He's an attention-seeking weakling without an ounce of intelligence or common sense. Good riddance. Well, he knows how to disseminate misinformation, which is how you get power these days. Just tell people on Facebook what they want to hear, and that you are the person to deliver it, and everybody else is a traitor. Just keep telling them that over and over and over again, and like in America, they'll arm themselves and take to the streets and shoot anybody that says otherwise. That's what's going to happen, I betcha. Well, it's happened already. You don't need to bet. Happened already. Yeah, this Dominic Cummings thing, it's just so bizarre. Why did he leave out the front door? In order to draw a line under his malign influence, or to make it appear as though he's drawn a line under it. The Mail they got their body language experts in. Carrie Simmons, Boris Johnson's current girlfriend, has risen to hold real power in number 10, while her Prime Minister fiancé, Boris Johnson, has become dishevelled and lacking in any signals of dignity or authority.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
You don't need to be a body language expert to tell that. You know, I did tweet this at the time, and I thought twice about doing it because it seemed a bit what's the word? A bit inconsequential, a thing to say. But the ceremony at the Cenotaph on Sunday, Boris Johnson must have been the only person in a mile radius who hadn't bothered to comb his hair. He looked like he'd slept in a skip, just like he normally does. Now, I would have thought that it would have been respectful to actually smarten yourself up a bit, as you are actually in the process of showing respect to the dead. But his appearance, artfully dishevelled as it is obviously very important to him. And he didn't want to, affect his brand. He undoes his hair for the cameras. Like most people smooth it and, make sure that it's just so. I mean, look at Keir Starmer.
You don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
Well, if it's to stay that way all day long, you do. But Boris Johnson just ruffles his hair for when a camera hoves into view. It's very, very important to him. It's his act. Anyway, the Mail's got some body language experts in. Analysis of pictures and videos of the couple have shown a switch of authority between the pair, according to these body language and relationship experts. One told Mail Online it's as if the power balance in their relationship has reversed, which may well be spilling into Boris's professional decision-making as well. Professional decision-making. Does it look as though he is making decisions professionally?
No.
The role switch was laid bare by an influence struggle at the heart of Downing Street as Mrs. Simmons apparently vetoed key aide Lee Kane's appointment as Chief of Staff, and he resigned. The couple's recent video together for an awards ceremony showed her keeping an eye on him and displaying strength as he looked like a naughty child. He always looks like a naughty child. A sticky-fingered schoolboy is what he looks like. His rundown appearance at the recent Remembrance Day ceremony also sounded alarm bells. Well, I was a bit surprised. I thought he would at least make an effort, but apparently not. His tie was ski-whiff. His hair was all over the place. I couldn't tell from my TV whether he'd actually bothered to polish his shoes. Let's assume not. Body language expert Judy James told Mail Online, dishevelled and lacking in any signals of dignity or authority. Boris sat slumped and looking physically awkward in his seat, with one hand placed randomly on the side of the chair and his toes pointed inward like a small schoolboy. Yeah, it's a small schoolboy who needs a damn good thrashing. Thank you, sir. May I have another? She says his grave demeanour and reflective downcast gaze was appropriate for the occasion, but he appeared physically uncomfortable with no obvious signals of high status or leadership. I mean, this isn't news. We knew he was that clown off the telly, and some of us voted for him anyway, because he promised something so fantastical that only a rube would believe it. Those people. Behavioural and dating psychologist Joe Hemmings said, what I think is so intriguing in their evolving relationship is that while Carrie's influence and confidence seems to have grown during their time together, Boris is much less self-assured. Well, yeah. That's probably because Boris has seen what he is capable of, and like the rest of us, isn't impressed.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
He's wanted this job for his whole life, apparently. He wanted to be, Emperor of the Universe, something like that. That was his stated aim as a schoolboy. And now he's got it. Now he's got the job. How's it working out for you, Boris?
Fabulous.
The new status quo was becoming evident in a video recorded for the Pride of Britain Awards 2 weeks ago, apparently. There, Ms. Simmons and Mr. Johnson praised NHS frontline heroes who saved his life when he contracted COVID-19, when he personally took it on the chin by stupidly going into a ward full of COVID patients and shaking their hands, and then he came out and boasted about it. Yes, I made sure to shake all of their hands. Like he was going to get points for that. You only get points if you get them in the right order.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
It featured a number of scrutinising looks, did their video recorded for Pride of Britain. Scrutinising looks from her to him as he spoke, as well as a number of unusual exclamations of the PM declaring exactly right and correct. Behavioural psychologist who's Judy? A body language expert, I guess. She said that she was gazing at him like a slightly doting but firm mother. She looks like the stronger of the two. She certainly does. Like she's keeping him as a pet. He says she was keeping an eye on him, that he was the naughty schoolboy, and she was giving a behave yourself eye on him. It was a strange-looking relationship, but the power signals definitely come from her. I think we're used to seeing the PM's wives smiling innocently, while Carrie, I think, with Carrie, I think, the body language shows that she has got the real power in number 10. Great! You hear that? An unelected leader. The exact thing that the Brexiters said that they were saving us from. Oh, well, I suppose that, all of the rest of the stuff that they said must be true. This says, do me a huge favour. Explain to me why the Republicans have significantly increased the vote in the House and the Senate, but seem to have lost the race for the president. I think it's a bit strange, don't you? Well, it would be strange if it was true, but unfortunately... Unfortunately, it's not true. It would be strange if it was true, but it's not true. I mean, overall, it isn't. I think in the Senate, which is the one that gives 2 senators per state, the Democrats won a seat and the Republicans lost one. And there's the runoff in Georgia. So it could be a tie. And in the House of Representatives, I think that the Democrats increased their vote too. So yes, but it wouldn't be strange at all, because people vote Republican and might not necessarily like the stink that's coming off Donald Trump, but they don't want to vote Democrat because they think that's because they're socialists, and socialism is a bad thing apparently, even though everything that they love is a socialist construct. You know, the army, the police, the people who work in hospitals, all of that stuff. Weird that they think that socialism is bad, and yet everything that is actually socialist is the very things that they are all for. But, you can't tell people. You just can't. Let's have New York. David.
Hey there, Nick. I love listening to you every weekend.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I really love you. Hey, America and the UK supposedly have this special relationship, and I don't know if you've ever noticed, but every time we get a new president, a couple days later, the Prime Minister from the UK flies over to kind of welcome the U.S. president into the realm of nations and all of that, so to speak. But the funny thing is that whenever you guys get a new prime minister, the U.S. president doesn't reciprocate. What do you think about that?
It's a note of, or an indication of desperation on our part, that we are still relevant and are sitting at the top table in the world.
I never thought of it that way. That's interesting. By the way, can I just comment about your socialism comment there?
Yeah.
You know, I say to people here, sometimes I say, you know, people say, I don't want any socialism in our government. I say, do you ever go to a public library? They say, sure. So, well, that's socialism. They go, no, it's not. It's the library.
Yeah, and you know how you get to the library? On a road, which is provided by the government, which takes tax from you in order to provide for of all of the people, as in socialism.
Very true. Nice talking to you, my friend.
Okay, thanks a lot, David. 0345 6060 973. It was like he was in the room. I bet that was a landline. Have they made a mobile phone yet that can actually make phone calls?
No.
No, they're working on it. This anonymous text says, I think it's really shameful, Trump and some of the it's really shameful the way that Trump and some of the Republicans are behaving. They're making dictators laugh at them because of their attempts to undermine the Democratic win. I bet Vlad the Insaner wakes up laughing. He can't believe how well it's all going. America's about to descend into civil war because half of the country gets all of its information from one Facebook feed, and the other half of the country gets all of its information from another Facebook feed, and never the twain shall meet, apart from in the street to unleash rounds at each other. I bet Vladimir Putin thinks it's all going tremendously well. It didn't really take much effort at all, really. Let's see if I can squeeze this one in before the news. Streatham. Hello, David.
How are you doing? Good evening.
Good, thanks.
All right. I just wanted to mention a few points because I heard you slaughtering Donald Trump. I mean, to be honest, I think he's the best president that America's ever had, to be honest.
Really?
And the reason why I say that is because they wanted him to cause trouble with China. And he went over there and collected a backlog of money and shook hands and done business. They also wanted him to make trouble with North Korea.
Can we back up just
and done business with him. And
what business?
They wanted him to cause trouble with Russia as well. And he went over and shook hands and done business with them. Now, you know, a lot of the other presidents haven't got that kind of detail about them, to be honest. You know what I mean?
Well, is this you being honest, David? I just want to make sure that you're being honest.
I'm being honest.
Right, okay. But what is it that you're... I don't really understand what honestly you're saying. What are you saying?
All right, then,
that he went to China and shook hands and did a lot of business with them. What does that mean?
Yeah, that's right.
What does that mean?
What do you mean, what does that mean?
Well, I mean, I don't know how else to say it. What does that mean?
Sorry?
He went over to China and he shook hands.
Yeah.
And
done business with China instead of causing trouble. You know, same with North Korea. You know what I mean? The same with Russia.
Right, and this is...
You know what I mean? No one liked it, but that's what he did, because he's a businessman.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, David, and I suspect that neither do you either. But at least you were being honest. Thanks for that. Thanks for being honest. Do you know what I mean? God, he went to... This is the level that we're at now. He went to China and shook hands and did a lot of business with them. Right. Are you talking about the business where he threw up a lot of tariffs on Chinese goods, which then blew back in his face because despite the fact that he kept saying over and over that it was China that was going to be paying the tariffs, it is in fact the American consumer that was going to pay the tariffs. I assume that he knows that. But he assumes that his fans don't know that they just, get all their information from Donald Trump's Twitter feed. I'm genuinely confused, but at least that guy was being honest. This is all I've got. Did I hear that right? HS2 is now going to be stopping at East Midlands Parkway Railway Station. At the cost of only, I don't know, what are they saying it's going to be now? 80 billion, 100 billion, 860 trillion billion zillion pounds. It's a blank cheque. Just whatever it costs. 170 billion. Is that really what it is? Good God. But it's not going to go to Birmingham. It's going to go to East Midlands Parkway railway station. That can't be true. I'm just looking at it on the map. If you go to East Midlands Parkway railway station, you'll find that you're right next to Ratcliffe Power Station. So there's that. There's the Kegworth shooting ground and elite cars. So, benefits. I can't believe it. It's not even going to go to Birmingham now. You're going to end up just north of Kegworth, wherever that is. One council leader said the government would scrap the Toton station. Toton? What's Toton?
It's in Nottingham, I believe.
The Toton station? Totten station. Over my dead body, he said. Okay. I think that's probably something that the government can live with. Can they do anything right?
No.
I mean, approximately. Sheila texts, I don't understand how the vaccine that has to be kept at minus 70 in transportation will be delivered in sufficient numbers from Germany without delays. Kent is predicted to be a lorry park after the end of December, so how are we going to get millions of vaccines into the UK? Well, yes, apparently it does have to be kept at minus 70. Which means that if the government's past performance is anything to go by, they will have bought ovens to keep it in. I mean, who would bet against that? They'd have written a cheque for £108 million to somebody that does financial finagling for a living and has absolutely zero experience of keeping vaccines to provide the receptacles necessary to transport vaccines at minus 70. £108 million to a company that's been in existence for 3 minutes and whose owner just happens to be married to a Conservative MP, by coincidence. But there's nothing to see here. Please move along. And there won't be any penalties if they don't manage to come up with the goods. You just get to keep the £108 million because that's the way the government rolls. It's not a government. It's a smash and grab raid. I'll keep saying that over and over. G. Edwards texts, I just wish I could get rid of the Trump clone in this country and his government, just like the USA has done, before any more damage is done. Stephen Upminster says, with Trump losing the election, what do you think his wife Magnolia will do? Do you think she'll stick around for 4 more years and take the money and run? Hey, your husband lost the election, Melania.
I don't care.
She's actually not that bothered. I bet she can't wait to get away. Still, she is implicated by association. Guilty. Let's have Belsize Park. Ellie.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Ellie.
I think the first thing Melania is going to do is divorce Trump.
Yeah.
Surely.
I would expect so.
So I rang up really to talk about the vaccine situation. I saw a really interesting interview with Robert Kennedy Jr., who's a practicing lawyer, and he's been running campaigns to question the vaccine companies about what they're putting in the vaccines.
Robert Kennedy Jr.? Well, as in the Kennedy family?
Yeah.
In America?
Yeah, in America.
I'm unaware of this.
He's quite an interesting chap, and I kind of agree a lot with what he says. He says, I'm not an anti-vaxxer, but I want to know what the risk of, the real genuine risk of taking these things is, and I want to know what other substances they're putting in, as well as the virus or, whatever it is. So there's something called an adjuvant, which is...
A what?
Adjuvant, I know, it's just a name for a chemical that they include in part of the chemical process of the vaccine, and it's supposed to trigger an immune response to make the response stronger so that you have a better resistance. and it's something that's always included in the vaccine. And quite often, like 60% of the vaccines use aluminium, and they also use a sort of mercury salt as part of the preservative of the process of the vaccine. So those two things are both obviously very harmful to human beings.
Yeah, but they wouldn't stick anything that's deliberately harmful to human beings in a vaccine, would they? Any more than the fluoride in tap water is harmful to human beings. He's an anti-vaxxer, by the way, this Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I mean, he has a history of being an anti-vaxxer. For more than a decade, Kennedy has promoted anti-vaccine propaganda, completely unconnected to reality. Says the magazine Scientific American. This was written in 2017.
Yeah, I suggest you actually try and find something with him being interviewed and hear what he has to say, because actually that is not what he's saying. I think there's an awful lot of money going behind the scenes to discredit. I mean, some people are totally crazy, I get that, but not everyone who is resistant to vaccines is
okay,
crazy.
All right. I think it's reasonable to ask the question, is a vaccine that has been rushed through in a tenth of the normal time that it would take to create a vaccine, is it more dangerous than, to me personally, than the virus would be, given my age and my physical fitness and so on? Because if you were a 20-year-old, for instance, who was in peak physical condition, then it doesn't seem unreasonable to ask yourself whether the vaccine might be more or less dangerous than getting the virus itself.
Yeah, and this is kind of the point he was making in this interview, was that all the vaccines are only ever tested on young, strong, healthy people, right? Because of ethics.
Sure
because of the ethics. I mean, that's the way they have to select like 15,000 people or however many people, and they have to try them. They have to trial them on relatively young, healthy people who are never going to be troubled by. The majority of whom are not going to be troubled by the COVID.
Well, I find it hard to believe that that's how these things work. I mean,
it's like a double-blind trial, or it's a trial where they have to inject, at some point they have to inject them into people, and ethically they cannot inject them into vulnerable people, elderly people with comorbidities, which is exactly the sort of people who they are supposedly saving their lives.
All right, just so we get some perspective. The Scientific American article says Kennedy made his name in the anti-vaccine movement in 2005 when he published a story alleging a massive conspiracy regarding thimerosal, a mercury-based preservative that had been removed from all childhood vaccines except for some variations of the flu vaccine in 2001. In his piece, Kennedy completely ignored an Institute of Medicine immunization safety review on thimerosal published the previous year. He's also ignored the 9 studies funded or conducted by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention that have taken place since 2003. So, yeah, I wouldn't take everything that he says at face value. In the summer of 2005, Rolling Stone and Salon simultaneously published Deadly Immunity, a 4,700-word story on mercury in vaccines, written by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He's the eldest son and namesake of the former Attorney General and New York Senator, described how he'd come to investigate the issue. Blah, 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 blah. And anyway, he's got form. So, it ain't necessarily so, Ellie. Just because you hear somebody say something that chimes with your preformed belief doesn't mean it's true. But having said that, it doesn't seem unreasonable to question the safety of something, like I said, that's been rushed through in a tenth of the normal time, and is to combat a virus that doesn't actually harm 7% of the people that get it. So there's that. But anyway, thanks, Ellie. 0345 6060 973. This text says, a relative of Trump said recently, if Trump goes down, he'll probably take the whole world down with him. Scary. Yeah, that was his niece, wasn't it? She's the one that just wrote that book. She's a psychologist. And she suggested that, he's going to start flailing his arms around like a child. He's already started to do that, started to fire the people in the security services to stick his own lackeys in there. With the obvious intention, I mean, it seems blindingly obvious to me, that when he starts to, when he leaves office, he's going to be subject to the full weight of the law. So he's going to stuff the Supreme Court with his yes people, and he's done that already. That's why he keeps saying, well, we'll take it to the Supreme Court, we'll take it to the Supreme Court. Like he's just going to get his mates to decide the outcome of any case against him. That's the plan, must be. Because if he was actually subject to the real rule of law, then he might be looking at jail time, for a long time. But knowing how he just continues to be able to somehow squirm out of any consequence to his actions, then I wouldn't be remotely surprised if he just brushed all that off. He manages to get banks to ignore his debts of hundreds of millions of dollars. That building that he put up in Chicago that was supposed to be fantastic, it was going to be the best building in the world, all that stuff that he says. And it didn't go very well. And he ended up, as usual, hundreds of millions of dollars in debt. And I think he decided to sue the banks for some reason. He just uses the law as a weapon. And I think the bank said, oh, you know what, just forget it. I mean, if you owed $1,000 to a bank, they would chase you from now until the end of time for it. But if you owed $100 million to the bank, they might just think, oh, never mind. Amazing, ain't it? What a way to run a planet, eh?
Hi, Nick. Been a while.
Has it?
I watched Trump. I thought he did a decent speech, actually. Whether it was all true is another matter.
Right. No. Well, none of it was true. He did look better, yes. Somebody has... maybe he fired his makeup wrangler and his hairstylist.
I did agree with him on the lockdown. I think the lockdown's a waste of time. I think it just ends up bankrupting your country. I don't think you can save people's lives by destroying someone else's. But,
well, it's bankrupted this one, and all it seems to do is just kick the can down the road. Because as soon as we're able to come out again on December the 2nd, God, I can't wait. Then we'll all just start getting it again. Bound to. Christmas, Jesus' birthday, is going to be the biggest super spreader event ever.
Yeah, probably. But like I said, it's a virus. It's not going to go anywhere.
No.
It's going to be around for years until they
forever, probably.
Cure. But, I just think that was a waste of time. I still think it hasn't affected me a lot because I live on my own and I'm retired, so I don't work. But I reckon that furlough scheme's been fiddled by a few factories.
Well, the thing that I've noticed this time around, compared to last time, is that nobody really seems to be paying the slightest bit of attention to this lockdown. That people aren't locked down. The roads are absolutely chock-a-block.
Yeah, there was today. When I went to do my shopping today, the A5 was packed.
Yeah, I can remember before, during the first lockdown, it was absolute bliss driving around. I felt I was the only person on the motorway. It was, you could just... you didn't even have to really stick to your lane. You could careen all over the road with no danger of hitting anybody at all because it was just you. It was marvellous. But now it's just like normal.
It was like a ghost town the first time.
Yeah.
So it's like I didn't take it didn't affect me, so I didn't take a great deal of notice of it. Because if you live on your own, I've only got one person I see really. I'll go shopping with. So, and that's not changed. So nothing's really changed for me, but I dare say, I know my friend who got made redundant, she was put on furlough, and then when it come to the holiday, because she got 2 weeks holiday, the factory should have paid for that. Well, they paid so much furlough and made it up to a wage bracket themselves. Well, surely that's some sort of fiddle, because she'd have been off for 2 weeks anyway.
Well, something like £2 billion went out the door to to con artists who, as our cash was, the money that we poor dopes who pay taxes actually contribute, is by common consent, and that's not the money that was being, shoveled into the pockets of friends and family. That's not the money I'm talking about. I mean actual real life con artists who were trying to get a bit of that cash for themselves. £2 billion.
Well, like I say, my friend, she was put on furlough. She was on furlough 8 weeks. She's not been on bloody holiday, she kept saying. Then obviously she'd got 2 weeks holiday due, and she thought she'd get that in wages, but they still paid most of that in furlough and made it up. The factory made it up so it was a full holiday pay, which I think is a con. She should have paid all the holiday pay for them 2 weeks. And when she come back, they made her redundant. I thought, well, why didn't you make her redundant before?
What seems to be
all that furlough money, you could have made her redundant.
Yeah, what seems to be becoming more and more evident is that whatever the intention was of chucking all that money about, if it was to keep the economy on an even keel and to stop mass unemployment, and businesses are closing down left, right, and centre, it's been a gigantic failure.
Well, yeah, that's why I said lockdown is just hurting other people. I mean, someone asked me, don't you agree with that? What about if you got COVID? Would you want people coming, just milling around everywhere so you could catch it? I said, if I'm going to catch it, I'll catch it. If I'm susceptible to it.
Well, everyone is susceptible to it, as far as I know. But some people are more negatively affected than others.
Yeah, correct. I might have already had it. I've been ill.
Well, yeah. I mean, I might have already had it. I suspect that I have.
At times with a cough and whatever.
But you don't know, do you?
It didn't make me particularly bad.
Well, it might not have been it. You just don't know.
No, like I said, and what I don't understand is all the elder people, say over 60, why they weren't all called into their doctors just to have a test. I mean, they didn't need to pull everyone in, just people over 60, because them were the ones that were dying.
Right. Well, that's just logical. I mean, you're coming at this by using logic and common sense.
Yeah. I thought any time now, my doctor's going to ring me up to tell me to come in to be tested.
Yeah, bound to.
So
I mean, that's logical and commonsensical.
No,
but absolutely nothing happened whatsoever because we're being run by geniuses.
Yeah,
so we're being told over and over again.
People have lost nothing. I mean, let's face it, MPs who are making these decisions have not lost a red cent. So it's not really affected them.
No.
So I think they should have all been put on 80%.
Yes.
They might have not wanted a lockdown so much then.
Right, maybe. Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, Mel. 0345 6060 973. 80%. You hear that, Boris?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Don't like it. He'll do just fine. Don't worry about a thing. Wayne texts, why the hell do people keep making out that all of those 70-odd million Republican votes were for Donald Trump? It's obvious to me that Republican voters were voting for their team. This doesn't necessarily mean that they're Trump supporters. Exactly. There's a lot of people that voted for the Republican Party that don't like the stink that's coming off Donald Trump. They don't like all that whining.
I'm a whiner, and I keep whining and whining.
And they don't think he's very presidential.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
But they voted for him anyway because they didn't like the thought of voting for the Democrats because that's socialism and, that's evil. Or something. What do you think, Kanye?
Whoop-dee-dee-scoop poop.
That makes about as much sense as anything else I've heard this week. Whoop-diddy-poop scoop. Exactly. Jason says, the rumour is that he got annoyed about some unflattering texts Kane and Cummings sent about his fiancée. Does this newfound desire to defend the honour of his partner demonstrate a maturing of Boris? Well, I never heard that rumour. But I doubt it. As to the last part of your missive, does this newfound desire to defend the honour of his partner demonstrate a maturing of Boris? No, I doubt it. I haven't heard that rumour. It sounds like something you just made up, Jason. Back under your bridge, troll. James in Swindon says, with Trump turning up with grey hair today, do you think he is slowly trying to morph into Joe Biden and hope that no one notices? Well, he didn't stray from the script too much. There was that. So it was, a little presidential. And when he doesn't stray from the script, he does almost come across as a smart person.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
But then he screws it up by saying like. I'm like a smart person. Not an actual smart person. He's like a smart person. Not even like, Donny. Not even like. Not even close. But yes, the fact that he wasn't orange of face, I wonder how they apply it. Whether they just present him with a bucket of the stuff and he just presses his whole face into it. Because there's a definite line. He is like he's wearing a mask. And then his hair was white, not yellow. I mean, maybe it just was the camera that was pointing at him had something wrong with its colour settings. But he did look like a normal human being. Kind of weird. He also looked a bit thinner. Did you notice that? Maybe lost a little bit of weight there, Donny. Have you lost your appetite? I wonder why. Let me remind you about the podcast that I do with Carol McGiffin.
Yeah.
Which is called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? In which Carol McGiffin and I try to solve people's problems while laughing like drains. We have a lot of fun doing it, and I think you will be amused by it. What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol can be had where you get podcasts. Try Global Player. If you download that app from your favourite app store, then it is on there. Or you can just do an internet search. What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? We're going to be taping some episodes next week, and if you want us to address an issue that you have to try and help you solve it, then send it to the following address: nickandcarol@global.com. That's nickandcarol@global.com. And prepare to be. Mike says the first stage of HS2 will still go to Birmingham. The second stage was meant to continue north from Birmingham via Totton to Leeds. But they are now planning to stop it just south of Totton, and then the fast trains can join the slow lines and go up through that blue wall at just over walking pace. Levelling up, they say. It's just comical, isn't it? Can they get anything right?
No.
Totton. That's where HS2 is going to stop. Really? Totton. Now, who would take a bet that the spouse of a Tory MP doesn't own a sandwich shop in Totton? Anybody want to take that bet? Let's have Portsmouth. Harry.
I very much doubt it, Nick, because that land is old railway yards that the railway can give up because they don't need so much of it anymore.
Oh, yeah.
And you say Totton, that's in Southampton with a double T. Toton with one T is Toton near Nottingham.
Toton.
Yes,
right.
That's the correct word. I've never heard it said any other way.
Right, well, I've never heard it said. So
right. Have you heard of Toton in Southampton?
No.
Oh, right.
I've heard of Tottenham, if that's any help.
Oh, yeah, nearer to you. This BJ business, I think Carrie Simmons has obviously got the sharp elbows that some wives will exhibit to keep him under control. And what he's going to do, which is what he probably is going to do this year, now the vaccine's rolling out, he'll be able to resurrect his London mayoral style and, go all soft and woolly and liberal, the same as he did when he was doing all that Olympic stuff.
Yeah, well, taking credit for all that Olympic stuff, over which he had no control or oversight of any in any way, shape, or form.
It was Livingstone and Blair and that Tessa Jowell who was like a softer version of Sturgeon, who could just stand there and announce everything daily, and then at the end of the day, Boris was able to pick up the kudos like he did with the Boris bikes, which were Livingstone bikes originally.
Yeah, I think he spent the entire time while he was mayor trying to think of something to do that began with the word B, just so that they could call it a Boris something. Boris Bikes, Boris Bridge. What else did he have? Oh, it's too painful to remember.
He flogged off the West Ham, the Olympic Stadium. He flogged that off cheap, didn't he?
Cheap?
They got it dirt cheap, the football club.
But cheap doesn't even come into it. I think. Are we still paying for their corner flags, or does that get sorted? Hey, how's that new stadium working out for you, by the way?
Fabulous.
Yeah, can you see the game from your seats without binoculars?
I was going to say about that that conspiracy theories you keep having, Nick.
Which one?
Well, the Mercury one is partly true, because as far as I remember, you mentioned 05, because my mind went back 15 years, and I think the reason they put mercury in, it's a preservative, the same as you get preservatives in your packet of ham from the supermarket. They put things in, and people were questioning it, because it's the same with your teeth. They've taken the mercury out of your teeth,
right?
And when you go up in flames in the crematorium, all the crematorium chimneys have been fitted in the last 15 years with like scrubbers to collect all the nasty things like mercury that will come out of your body when it disappears.
Right.
That's where it all came from.
Well, that's a comfort.
And China.
Yes.
I mean, it's partly true what Trump said, because I think it was Newsnight in August. And, of course, you flick your lid half the time because you don't know what's true anymore. But it was Newsnight was showing this map of... Because, as we know, it started in Wuhan just before all the Chinese were going to go away for New Year. They put a clamp on it, the Chinese government. And then Newsnight was showing a map of all these planes leaving China. And, obviously, Wuhan was on there. And they were going to Iran. And then this little facsimile map was showing them going from Iran across to Europe, and you don't know where you are anymore.
You don't know where you are anymore? Well, where are you, Henry? You're in Portsmouth.
Yeah, well, I am now, but the thing is, Boris was tricked. The BBC did a little trick about back in 19, you know, the Remembrance Day?
Yeah.
Well, it was last year. What happened was they had a sort of a trainee on the job. Because of these computers, they just hit a button to select what film they want. I was half watching it on Remembrance Day, and a couple of days later, I thought, how come he's wearing different clothes? And then when that programme that Samira Ahmed woman who took the BBC to the EHER business, she did it on her programme, people complained, and it turned out that the trainee had hit the wrong button and showed the film, I think the actual film on Remembrance Day, as film from 2 years previous. And people complained about him looking scruffy then.
Yeah, well, it seems a bit
but
weird.
They'd actually flipped the film.
It seems a bit weird that they would have that to hand, that it was just a button's push away.
Well, they came out on the programme that Samira Ahmed does. She covered it last year.
I'm unfamiliar with her work, but I'm sure she's excellent in every regard. Okay, here's the story. The BBC has apologised for mistakenly running an out-of-date Boris Johnson clip of him laying a wreath. It said a production error led to BBC Breakfast showing images purporting to be the Prime Minister attending Remembrance Day service on Sunday, when in fact the clip was from 2016. This was a production mistake, and we apologise for the error, the corporation said.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but either way, he still looked like a mess.
Oh yeah, but it just looked more just seemed a bit worse, the one they showed, because he wasn't PM or anything then.
Right, so he hadn't... So this was him smartening himself up just the other day.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. You had a American caller on about socialist roads or something.
Yes.
Well, I've got bad news for you, because in the early 90s, Major, when he was talking about this codes hotline, was busy privatising all the maintenance companies, because they would say this 30-mile section is maintained by this company. I picked up my local paper a while ago, the usual ad, Highways England, and when I read the small print, it's now called Highways England Company Limited. So that's another one they've privatised.
Right. Great. Do we own anything anymore?
The railways, they're socialising them again. The ones they privatised before, the Welsh Railway, that's been, they're taking it off the private company.
Yeah, but don't tell Jeremy Corbyn, because he'll flip his lid.
He will.
They're nicking his ideas now. All right, Harry, I've got to go, but thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. They played the wrong clip. They played a clip from 2016. How weird is that? I mean, why would they have that to hand? It's bizarre. Chris texts, I'm looking forward to Eat Out to Catch a Virus again. Me too. I am... they gave lists of where people are getting this virus, and restaurants and cafes came quite a way down the list. I think right at the toppermost were colleges and universities, which shouldn't be a surprise to anybody at all. I think the last time I paid attention to a chart, which was this time last week, the chart said that by far the most numerous demographic, that's not quite the right way of putting it, but the people that are getting it the most were 15 to 29-year-olds, which is schools and colleges and universities. But of those people, practically zero were being admitted to hospital. In fact, about a quarter or a third of the people that actually were laid out with coronavirus got it in hospital. If you can believe that. I mean, you'd think that they'd have taken precautions by now. I mean, you think that the government would have actually done something to prevent such a scenario. You're in I mean, that's why people were in hospital with it, because they were in hospital when they got it. God. Yeah, like I said before, is Ken Dodd seriously not available to run the country? I mean, we voted for a clown. Could we not have voted for a funny one? Get Ken Dodd on the phone right now, I mean it. He's not picking up? Keep trying. Let's have Newcastle. Nigel.
Hello, Nick. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Hi, just on about the government there. Obviously, this COVID's caused loads of problems in industries all over the country, all over the world, hasn't it? Mm-hmm. When these manufacturers and big companies put job vacancies out there, they can pretty much set the standards quite low. Everybody's fighting for jobs.
Yeah.
£9 an hour, £7 an hour. People are going to gun for them. Hundreds of them are going to gun for them.
Yes.
And I'm in a managerial position myself, and it's all about performance. You're measured by performance. How? This is for. I think this will be a good one for your show, Nick and Carol. How are the government measured?
How are the government measured? By the amount of votes they can gull people into... No?
No. Their performance between... If you watch PMQs, Prime Minister's Question Times, right?
Right.
And you take from that what is value added and what's non-value added. To me, it's a complete waste of time. All them MPs and all them bloody old people are sitting there taking our money, arguing over nothing.
Well, PMQs is not really politicking. It's show business. It's a half an hour of show business.
They should be doing it for free if they want to be entertainers.
Well, I don't know. Which entertainers do it for free? Bad ones?
I would. I'd run the country for free.
Right. Well, can you start Monday?
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. We're in different hands. Let's assume that they'll be better.
On a positive note, though,
yes,
the government did advertise for a job called the Director of Continuous Improvement. Now, I don't know if anybody actually knows what that means, but I do. I'm a little bit of a specialist in that area.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think the director, on whoever he is, I hope you can contact him. I think he should publish his results on his improvements to the nation, because I'd like to know what he's getting for his £80,000 a year. I think it was $100,000 a year.
Right. Well, then he's just had at least a 20% pay rise, so there's that.
Wow. That's because I would have went for it myself, but I'm a kind of manager who upsets the apple cart quite a lot.
Well, you can't do both jobs. You're going to have to pick one. Either you're going to be running the country or running the continuous improvement department. Which is it?
Well, either one, but this is where we need to stick together and we need to voice our opinions and say, however, Boris, you're in charge. What's going on?
Right. And the answer would be...
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, he's unsure. But thanks for asking the question. Excellent work, that man. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. So we're going to be in new hands. That man is offered to take over. And from Monday, maybe the government advice about the virus will not be...
Emergency, everybody to get from street. Emergency, everybody to get from...
Chris texts, what's the betting that if the cases keep rising, the government will close schools and colleges after the Christmas holiday, a 4-week lockdown? Well, it seems blooming obvious to me, but apparently nobody in government, that by locking down just before Christmas and then opening the country up again, everybody's going to leave college and university. Have you heard that I think it's national coaches are going to put on extra special services in order to get the kids back home from university, and they're calling it the Chris Rea project, or the Chris Rea special, because it's driving home for Christmas. I mean, can you imagine an artist that would be less likely to enthuse the kids than Chris Rea?
Rock and roll!
I mean, couldn't they think of anything else? Chris Rea? Who's Chris Rea, Grandad? They don't know about that. But, yes, and then everybody's going to go home for Christmas. There's going to be 3 different generations all crammed around the table. It'll be the biggest super spreader event in history, and everyone's going to die on Jesus' birthday. And the cases will start going up in January, as they're bound to do, and then in February we'll all be locked in again. Again!
Oh, fabulous.
It seems inevitable to me. Seems blooming obvious to me, but apparently to nobody else. Chris the cabbie says, I've just got home from work and my wife and daughters have put up all the... What? My wife and daughters have put up all the Christmas decorations. What? No. It's November, he says. Surely this is too early. I know we all need something to be merry about right now, but this is ridiculous. Any advice? Yeah. Divorce? Was that too much? That's too much. I think you're just going to have to live with it, Chris. I mean, is it a real tree? Because that is going to be drooping by mid-December. I mean, it's going to have its branches on the ground. All of its needles will be in a sticky pile underneath it. That's way too early. Can you not wait till December? I am out and about. I did hear a Christmas tune in a store.
Oh, no.
Yeah. That's begun already. I mean, the Christmas has been in supermarkets and that for months now. Well, so's Easter. I mean, hot cross buns, they never go out of stock now, do they? Latest Trump tweet. Oh, no, it's a Trump tweet. Georgia's Secretary of State, a so-called Republican, R-I-N-O, Republican in name only, won't let the people checking the ballots see the signatures for fraud. Why? Without this, the whole process is very unfair and close to meaningless. Everyone knows that we won the state. You didn't, Donny. You lost. You lost, you lost, you lost.
Oh, shut up!
You are a giant orange loser.
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
He lied. He's keeping it up. I was going to talk about this, but I don't have time today. I guess I will tomorrow. There's a big con going on. It's presumably his last grift before he leaves the White House. He's getting his fans to send him money under the guise of, helping him to, win the election, to overturn the result and to win. Send your money now. But as you would expect from Donald Trump and his grifting family, that's not where the money is actually going to go. Because you read the small print, and it's something else entirely. But it won't stop the people from sending their money in. They're going to send in the money, honey. And he will continue to get away with it. How does he continue to get away with it? Bromley. Hello, Neil.
Hello, mate. Yeah, I wrote to the magistrate regarding accidentally non-payment of my TV licence, explaining the reasons why I think that the BBC, the licence should be, it's about time they got up to date, because I use Netflix as an example, $5.99, $6.99 a month, hundreds of channels, no contract, blah, blah, blah. Whereas with the BBC, you're paying quite a lot more than that over a period of a year for news people that read the news to earn £300,000 and watch old costume dramas and God knows what else. And
yes.
I just really think that it's about time that I don't think they've got the kahunas to do it, though, because if they gave people a choice and said, okay, we're going to make BBC like a subscription, and if you want it, you can have it, and if you don't want it, but that'll be it. There'd be a lot of people out of a job, I think, and whatnot. So, and just that brief comment, and also corned beef.
But how did it go with the magistrate?
Well, I imagine that he's probably framed it and put it in his in his office somewhere and just pointed towards. I mean,
so you haven't had a response. You didn't get a response yet. No. Well, they're up to their eyeballs in important business.
No, it's so outdated. I mean, I just want to briefly talk about corned beef. Corned beef. We're in 2020 now, and why haven't they designed a tin that you can open without cutting yourself? Because I've just done a couple of groups, and I asked a question: how many people have cut themselves or injured themselves opening tins of things like that, especially corned beef? And the amount, some people ended up in A&E. There's been disasters because of corned beef. There really has. So
it does seem weird. I mean, why? Not since I was a child have I eaten corned beef, but I do recall that you had a key that goes in the side and you wound it.
Nothing has moved on. Nothing has moved on.
They're still doing that, are they?
Exactly the same, yeah. And the thing is, if you're lucky, if the key's still there, a lot of the times you'll get home and the key's fallen off somewhere.
Well, let me ask you this: why do you buy corned beef?
Well, I mean, I'm quite partial to a corned beef sandwich from time to time.
You?
I mean, it doesn't make me a bad man, does it? I mean,
I'm not sure.
Well, honestly, believe me, it doesn't. But
well, what do you put in the sandwich apart from corned beef?
Well, corned beef and tomato, or I do corned beef and mash. So you get.
Wait a minute. Corned beef and mash sandwich?
No. Corned beef and tomato sandwich.
Because that would be ridiculous. Yeah.
Yes. Or you boil your potato, nice mashed potato, put a little bit of spring onion in there, mash it up with some butter, and then put your corned beef in there, mash it up all night very nicely. You can make it into little patties.
I think you know what? I might order that when I go to a restaurant next time. I said, can I have some mash with the gravy and maybe some peas on the side and some corned beef, and hold the corned beef. That would be my favourite. Thanks a lot, mate. Actual headline from the Nursing Standard 2019. Why are you telling me this now? Why are you telling me this?
Isn't it?
The number of patients arriving in A&E with injuries caused by opening cans of corned beef has plummeted, members of the House of Lords were told last week. He's talking of gammons. Yes. That's a pretty good note to leave on, eh? Flash floods have left roads underwater and train services suspended after a little light rain fell on the country, causing chaos. We fall on our face the moment anything untoward happens. 50-mile-an-hour gales. That's just a little light wind, isn't it? Heavy downpours brought an inch of rain to Britain. And everyone under the age of 30 is going, "What's an inch, Grandad?" Grandad? Well, you little. An inch in metres is, well, you double it and add 32, so 1 doubled is 1, and 1 plus 32 is 32, so that's 32 metres of rain fell over Britain today. Can you believe that?
No.
One of southern England's major motorways, the M27, was closed due to the deluge. It had to be sealed off by police near Southampton, wherever that is. Last week, Londoners flocked to Broadway Market for drinks and food. Ooh, so yummy. Despite these new coronavirus lockdown guidances, which everybody appears to be ignoring. It's not like it was last time. The last time around, it was like being in a sci-fi film. The roads were empty, the towns were deserted, and now people are just shrugging it off. The roads are jam-packed. This Saturday, as opposed to last Saturday when Broadway Market was chock-a-block, streets and food stalls remained mostly empty as Britons sheltered from the sweeping November rain. Yeah, they're not paying attention to the government. It's just a bit out, so we're staying in. Government says to stay in and save your life. No one pays the slightest attention. Rains come and no one sets foot outside. It's the British way.
Correct.
In Cornwall, a flood alert is in place. The government's flood information service said... Meteorologists are warning people to stay away from risk areas and take care when near the coast. The full alert says flooding is possible. Be prepared. Don't surf. Stay safe. I made that last part up. But you shouldn't surf. It's just not a good look in this country. It just doesn't look right, does it? I mean, you have to get on your hat, coat, scarf and gloves because it's blooming freezing out there. Doesn't seem to make, I don't know, it doesn't look very, just doesn't look nice. Anyway, downpours and gales are set to sweep the country for the next few days with winds of up to 55 miles an hour, not that much. Bands of heavy rain, not a lot, are going to move across the country and it will remain warmish for the time of year. 15 centigrade. Whatever that is. 59 Fahrenheit, I bet, there or thereabouts. That's almost 60. It's practically balmy outside. Would you like to hear the long-range weather forecast?
No.
Outbreaks of rain, heavy at times for the north and the northwest parts of the country for the rest of the month. And I think I know where that means. I'll check for you while you wait. Ah. I shouldn't laugh, but I can't help it. I lived in Glasgow for 3 months. I mean, can you say that you lived somewhere if you only were there for 3 months? If I stayed in Glasgow for 3 months, I mean, I grew up in Edinburgh, which is just blooming freezing all the time. But Glasgow is usually raining. And when I was in Glasgow for 3 months, it rained every single day. Turns out it wasn't an anomaly. An anomaly. Raining tonight, raining... This is Glasgow. Raining tonight, raining tomorrow, and raining on Monday, and raining on Tuesday, and raining on Wednesday, and raining on Thursday, and... What? Not raining on Friday. Pfft, rubbish. But then raining on Saturday, and raining on Sunday, and, you know, every day for the rest of your life. Never mind, eh? So that's for the rest of the month. Outbreaks, heavy rain at times for the north and the northwestern parts of the country. Then, during late November, more settled conditions may establish in central and southern areas where it may be mainly dry, sometimes bright. Temperatures likely to return to near the seasonal average and become colder by the end of the month. So that's November. Wet, then cold. It's like winter outside. And then for the first 2 weeks of December, settled conditions could become more widely developed. Now, wouldn't it be nice if I could just end there? That's except for the northwest, where outbreaks of rain and strong winds are likely, as you would expect. Temperatures possibly turning colder than average into December. with an increased risk of overnight frosts and wintry precipitation, as in snow.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Snow. So nothing very positive there, but it will be quite mild for the next few days, so we'll take that. Robin tweets, "You lost, get over it." No, I didn't. 2020 is being saved by itself right at the end. Dominic Cummings is out in his ear, as are a load of Brexit ums from the government. Pretty priceless of Boris Johnson, no, really. 50,000 dead, 2 trillion in debt, no progress on Brexit, unemployment through the roof, businesses collapse up and down the country, and all of that's just fine and dandy, but insult my girlfriend and you're out. Nice to know where his priorities lie. Meanwhile, the front page of the Mail says, well, the front, as much as there is a front page on the internet, says Number 10 is bracing itself for an explosive stunt by Dominic Cummings. I think Dominic Cummings is an explosive stunt. I think you'll find that that is correct. Number 10 is bracing itself for an explosive stunt by Dominic Cummings after he was kicked out for good. Following a dramatic confrontation with Boris Johnson. He's a genius, by the way, Dominic Cummings. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, you couldn't really tell. It had to be explained to us over and over again how much of a genius he is, because, the way the country is being run at the moment, you really couldn't tell. So it's a good job they kept telling us over and over again how much of a genius Dominic Cummings is. We're lucky to have had him. We appreciate it, Dominic Cummings.
Thank you.
You explosive stunt. The Prime Minister's partner, his fiancée, Carrie, reportedly referred to as... Now, why was she referred to as this? Before I say it out loud. Why was she referred to as Princess Mm-mm? Do you know?
Sorry, say again.
You don't have to apologise. That's perfectly all right.
Thanks.
Carrie Simmons was referred to as Princess Mm-mm. Why was she referred to as that? You can say, I don't know.
I don't know.
He doesn't know. She was referred to as Princess Nut-Nuts.
Disgusting.
I've got no idea what that means. Maybe it's the snack that she preferred. 11. Maybe she... Yeah, I'm going to not say that. I had there's about 6 thoughts going through my mind all at the same time at the moment. I'm going to damp down on all of them. That's what the inside of my brain sounds like right now. The Prime Minister's partner, reportedly referred to as Princess Nut-Nuts. Why, though? I don't understand why. That's not explained to us. If, by the way, I've made a terrible mistake, then I apologise.
I am very sorry that I screwed up.
Totally sorry that I screwed up. Totally sorry. I'm very sorry. I'll never do it again. Princess Nut-Nuts. That's what she's referred to as his fiancée, behind her back by Vote Leave loyalists, the Brexitums. This is because of her burgeoning power. What a shower. I mean, really, honestly, what a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
She's said to be the driving force behind the senior advisor's dramatic exit last night. I thought the Brexitums were all about taking back control from unelected bureaucrats. We got an unelected bureaucrat who's running the country who has now been defenestrated by another unelected bureaucrat. God. Mr. Johnson reportedly ordered his once trusted aide to leave, having shown him incriminating text messages which had been forwarded to Mrs. Simmons through, although these claims were denied by Number 10. They said...
No.
That was a big gap there. You could have driven a bus through that gap. It's all about the timing. They said... Oh, it's too late now.
No.
While Mr. Cummings was set to leave at Christmas. So, yeah, he keeps pointing to this blog. He keeps writing these giant screeds of, just pours his brain all over the internet. Where is it? Hang on a minute. I'm not going to go another moment. Oh, there it is. All over the internet he pours it. There it is. Like 20,000 words. He just can't help himself. And he says, look, I was going to leave anyway, as he was kicked out the door. Sure you were. Mr. Cummings was set to leave at Christmas, as he continues to point out over and over again. You're not throwing me out. I was going anyway. It's understood that Ms. Simmons, Boris Johnson's current fiancée, who sources say regularly bombards her fiancé with as many as 25 texts an hour. I wonder if he reads any of them. You read any of them, Boris?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
That's a no. Bombards her fiancé with as many as 25 texts an hour expressing her thought, on this and that, on how the country's supposed to be run. Being an unelected bureaucrat, she wants to, exert maximum influence. Because that's what the Brexitums voted for. They know what they voted for. Fish. This convinced the PM that he and former Director of Communications Lee Kane... You know Lee Kane, don't you?
No.
He's another one of these... no marks who exited stage right. Lee Kane. He actually looked like well, maybe it's because he looked like a clone of Dominic Cummings. Principally, I suspect because neither of them got a follicle on their head. It's because their brains are so gigantic in their skulls that it's actually pushed the hair out of their head. You believe that? Those close to Boris Johnson are now fearing a backlash from the exiled advisor, which could see Downing Street come under fire. One source told the Financial Times, I wouldn't be surprised if there's an explosive stunt between now and Christmas. It's not Dom's style, just to quietly drift away. Yeah, more like sort of slime away, like a mollusk. So, an explosive stunt by an explosive stunt coming your way. Forthcoming attractions. Isn't it exciting?
No.
From today's newspaper, a source said she was labelled a princess for allegedly acting regally. Regally! There's only one person in this country who's allowed to act regally. That's Elton John. Don't you forget it. The first nut, according to the source, alluded to her being crazy, although there is no evidence for that. What, evidence that it alluded to her being crazy or that she actually was crazy? While the second nuts reference comes from a belief among the Brexit Boys clique that she bears some facial similarity to a squirrel. Oh, we are being led by children. Children. Well, at least we're not America. It's being led by a baby. So, at least we got that.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
I don't know. Vince texts, Nick, I need your help. Please help me. I need your help. He says, I have heard that because of COVID-19, if you have visitors or relatives that unexpectedly drop in over the Christmas period, the police have the power to come round and force them to go home. What, Sting? Is there a website where you can register or apply for this service, and is it free? Is it free, or do you have to pay for it? Huh. Listener with material. That's a good one. If you have visitors or relatives that unexpectedly drop in over the Christmas period, the police have the power to come around and force them to go home. Yeah, do you have to book for that? Yeah, good one. This anonymous text says, Scottish people don't live, they stay. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Isn't that a Scottish way of saying living? I stay in Glasgow. Isn't that what Scottish people say?
Well, what's that blue blob?
That's an emoji.
Oh, for crying out loud. What's an emoji of?
Somebody shrugging.
How do you know that? It's tiny. The thing with emojis is unless it's a... Huh?
Her arms are folded up in a shrug.
No, they're not. It looks like she's pulling her hood up.
Well, it might be that.
Or it's an angel. Or it could be anything. Stop communicating in emojis, people. What are you, 12? Eugene says, Nick, please keep some of the Trump sound effects after he's gone. That's for future generations as a precaution. Donald Trump isn't going anywhere. He's not going to go anywhere. He is. It's like a little trip out today to get some love from the hoorays and the dingalings. Did you see his little face as he went down by in his car? Because he's been so grumpy lately. Oh, poor Donny. Lost the election. He just can't bring himself to say it. So we went out for a trip through his Yeehaw fans. Who, by the way, had their day ruined by K-pop kids again. Priceless. Because they had that Million Maggot March, which I think attracted, 1,000 people? Something like that. A couple of 3 people. And they had this hashtag. Oh, they dressed up in their finest pretend army gear and, slung a belt of bullets around them like tough guys. with their mirrored shades, they must have spent ages in the mirror looking at themselves, thinking, wow, now I really look like Arnie. Nailed it. And then they go out for a nice day out, yelling and screaming at the libtards. And their whole thing was the hashtag Million Maggot March. And the K-pop kids, it's South Korean, isn't it? Or it couldn't possibly be North Korean. Can you imagine what North Korean music sounds like? Ugh. I don't think it's probably illegal. Certainly doesn't sound like this. So they took over the hashtag Million Maggot March, and for some inexplicable reason, I couldn't really get to the bottom of it, they started tweeting about pancakes. And so these guys, entire Twitter feed, which was, which is going to be about, the election was stolen. Stop the steal, all that nonsense. Was just taken up with people posting pictures of pancakes, and it's the exact same people that ruined his white power rally in Tulsa, Oklahoma, by requesting something like 1 million tickets to go see Donny do his act. And then they didn't show up. So poor Donny. Oh. They built a stage out the back for him to talk to the overflow, because they thought there was going to be so many people there that they were going to have to entertain the people outside the stadium that couldn't get in. But it turns out that nobody showed up. And who went there too?
I'm a nutcase.
And, spoke to a crowd of virtually nobody at all. He made a special trip. Oh, he went all that way. Never mind, eh?
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Yeah. He never did, no. And that was the beginning of the end, I think. The K-pop kids, these teens with their dreadful music. No offence, really is awful. Because that was the picture afterwards from the Tulsa rally. Look it up on the World Wide Web. It's of Donny looking like you've never seen him before, completely drained. He had his tie undone and he was lumbering along like he normally does, but looking like a completely defeated, ancient, old, I don't know, what's a polite way of saying fatso? Yeah, like an ancient old fatso. Completely drained of his normal energy he was. Almost like he'd run out of Adderall. It was great. Oh, there he is. There's the picture of it. That was excellent work there. He found that straight away. Priceless. In his electric blue suit with his big boy pants on. He probably has to get them specially made. The size of those thighs. Clutching his little MAGA hat in his weirdly small hands. His tie's undone. And he's looking so grumpy. Oh. Poor Donny. But his fans still love him. Boy, do they ever. And, there's one overriding reason why his fans still love him.
I love the poorly educated.
Yeah, that's it. In a nutshell, it's the poorly educated. It's the people who get all of their news from one source, Donald Trump's Twitter feeds. And Donald Trump's Twitter feeds have a megaphone put in front of them that is a thing called Fox News, which isn't news at all. It's Rupert Murdoch's outlet in America. And they get all their news from that too, which is basically the same news source. And it just reinforces it over and over and over again. That moon, and on Facebook, by the way, that moon-faced creep that runs Facebook, he's got a lot to answer for. He should be being punished on a regular basis. Anyway, Christmas is actually in jeopardy. What? We might not be able to have Christmas. Christmas is still in jeopardy unless we behave ourselves. So I guess it's off then, because nobody appears to be behaving themselves. It's like I said before, the roads are chock-a-block. No one appears to be paying the slightest bit of attention. Okay, the shops are shut, and the restaurants are closed, and the bars and so on. So you can't actually go to them without breaking the door down. But as for staying in, like it was the first time we had a lockdown, I don't detect anything like that at all. The roads are rammed. Where's everybody going? Apart from anything else. I suppose during the day they're going to work and, getting all their shopping desires out at the supermarket, because that's all that's available to them. Essential shops. But other than that, I can't imagine where everyone's going. Christmas is still in jeopardy, warns not just Sage, but a subgroup of Sage. Blimey, how many of these people are there? And what is their combined IQ, by the way? Approximately to the nearest 100.
4?
Yeah, about that. This machine is very, very slow. I tap it, then I wait. I look at it, in expectation, and then after a while it says, "Oh, all right then." Isn't it supposed to be quicker than this? I'll ask again. What is their combined IQ?
4?
Or is it
$8,737,540,000?
Yeah, dollars. Yeah, the good people of Sage, don't you?
Bill!
Yes, that's them. Well, they've got a subgroup.
Oh, no.
They're propagating, breeding they are.
Disgusting.
The Scientific Advisory Group told ministers last week that returning to the same three-tier local system after lockdown will just take England back to where it was when the second wave peaked at the end of October. Let me get my head around that. The Scientific Advisory Group told ministers last week that returning to the same three-tier local system after lockdown, and we all get to go out again on the 2nd of December, don't we? Isn't it something like that? When the gyms will reopen? Oh, God, I can't wait. I've had less exercise this year than any other year for the last 30. That's not good for anybody. It just makes no sense. Their entire approach to all of this just makes no sense. They're doing very badly, unless the plan is to hoover up vast amount, billions of pounds of the money that us poor dopes who pay taxes have contributed to the government's coffers, and then spray it all over their mates. If that was the plan, then actually they're doing very well. Genius level excellence. But if it isn't, then if that was just a happy byproduct, then I think that the nation is not completely satisfied. I'll get back into this in a minute. Christmas, it's off. Jesus' birthday. Let's have Dartford, Francis. An echoing silence. Yes, Francis. Too late. Glenn texts, Dominic Cummings might not be good looking, What? What? Dominic Cummings might not be good looking, but at least he respects the will of the people. That's more than you can say for most politicians, says Glenn, who has had the wool pulled right over his eyes. Sheep haven't had so much wool pulled over their eyes. Dominic Cummings doesn't respect the will of the people. Dominic Cummings decided what the will of the people would be. I mean, that is the genius part of his character. We keep being persuaded that he is a genius. That's the part that is the genius bit. Persuading people to vote for something that's not in their best interests. Over and over again he's done that. With the connivance of the moon-faced creep who runs Facebook. You know, if there's one thing that I tweeted, and it was a year old. I'm surprised I hadn't seen it before. But somebody put a clip up of Sacha Baron Cohen's, you know, Borat, a speech he made to the ADL, Anti-Defamation League. I think they gave him an award, something like that, which was bizarre. But it was last year. And he made a speech which kind of encapsulated the things that I've been saying about social media. Not just me, but, you know, a lot of people for a long while, what a malevolent influence it is. And, you know, by bringing us Brexit and bringing us Donald Trump.
A president! Can you believe it?
No, we still are stunned, Donny. We're mostly stunned, though, that you're going to be leaving sometime soon. Isn't that fantastic?
And it's a disgrace. It's frankly a real disgrace. It's a disgrace.
Yeah, the whole world is cheering.
Quiet, quiet, quiet.
Can't wait to see the back of you. That whatever that hairstyle is at the back, like a duck's bottom is what it looks like. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, Dominic Cummings and Facebook. Yes, this malign influence of social media, which just puts everyone in a bubble. I mean, talking about bubbles, you've got to have your social distancing bubble and take your bubble everywhere with you. Have you got your bubble with you?
Yeah, it's with me here.
Yeah, it's got it with it right there. But that's the problem. This is why these maggots are marching on their Million Maggot March. It's because they only get their news source from one bubble, and they refuse to take in any other information. And if all you hear all day long is that the moon is pulled across the sky by magnets, then you will believe that. If every single person that you read says that the moon is pulled across the sky by magnets, or it's made to go across the heavens by an invisible space wizard, or any of these nonsense theories that people have, then you will believe it if you don't receive any other information. Just keep telling people the same lie over and over and over again. I totally won the election. If you don't count any of the votes that Joe Biden got, I won. And that's why they're out there on their 1,000 maggot march with their silly hats and their guns and their the whole thing. I think if I go on holiday to America, it's going to have to be a while. I'll let it calm down for, maybe 20, 30 years, something like that. Lucas texts, Boris, no matter what you say, just remember to add, and let's get Brexit done. See, I'm a genius too. When can I start, says Lucas. First thing Monday morning, Lucas. Just don't arrive smart. That's all. Dress like a stroppy teenager, and you'll fit right in. I wonder what Boris Johnson puts on his hair, by the way.
You don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
It must take ages to look that bad. I mean, it really must. Let's have... is this person ready yet?
Hello?
Dartford, Francis.
Hello, Nicholas.
There you are.
There you are. You're great, you are. I really love your show because it's really light-hearted.
Well, thanks, Francis.
With all your quirky bits and...
My what?
Your quirky bits.
My quirky bits?
Well, your ha-ha and...
Right.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, kind of. I think so.
Thanks to Mr. Joe, producer, the young
Who?
producer.
Yeah.
Mr. Joe,
Mr.
the
Joe.
young producer.
Yeah. Why? What about him?
I just said thanks to him for
Right.
putting me through to you.
Okay, well...
Okay, sir.
I'll reserve my appreciation. Go ahead.
Donald. I feel sorry for him, really.
Don't feel
I think
sorry
he
for that
tried
man.
hard.
Oh, please.
He did.
He tried hard. In what sense?
Hard.
In what sense?
In his 4 years. He spoke the truth, and a lot of people didn't wish...
Wait. He spoke the truth.
He said things as he saw them. What you got is... What's the saying? What you see is what you get. And that was the Donald.
And what you saw was a man who spouts more lies than any other person who has held office in history. And your summation is he tells the truth.
I don't know. I'm not saying he tells the truth because I don't know about the lies he's told.
You said
I don't know
that.
about the lies he's told. I'm not a politician.
20,000 and counting. You don't have to be a politician. You just have to look it up. Oh, my God. I hear that so many times. Of all the dumb things that... I'm no offence to Francis, but of all the stupid things that people say about Donald Trump, he tells it like it is the dumbest. The man who cannot open his mouth without lying. It's over 20,000. I mean, he was up to about 50 a day. Practically everything that comes out of his mouth is a lie. Always has been. Here's a man who builds buildings with other people's money, sells apartments on floors that don't exist. He says, I'm going to sell you an apartment on the floor 70. Now, that sounds... Now, I personally wouldn't want to live quite that high. I don't see why anybody would. It would take you... Imagine if the lifts broke down. It'd take you forever. Imagine dragging your shopping up 70 floors. But they didn't have to do that because there weren't 70 floors in his building. It stopped at about 55. But he just cancelled the first 20 floors and pretended they didn't exist because you could charge more for something on the 75th floor as opposed to the 55th floor. I mean, that's the kind of guy he is. He was showing somebody around a building, and he said, and behind this door, this was where I rented a flat to Michael Jackson. And the journalist said, "Oh, really? That's great." And then he got the plans of the building, and behind that door was a cupboard. I mean, every single thing he says is a lie. I mean, this whole nonsense about the vote, totally crooked. Everything he says about that is a lie, verifiably untrue. And yet still people come on here and say he tells it like it is. No, close. He tells it like it isn't. Is that what you meant, Francis?
No, I'm nearly fine.
You are deliberately winding me up.
No, I couldn't wind you up.
All right, well, better luck next time. Good effort. D-Tex, Nick, you are wrong. The moon is pulled around the sky by a Bill Gates computer program. Get your facts right. Well, Bill Gates injected me with a microchip, which is forcing me to get my facts wrong. The stuff that goes around about Bill Gates as well. I mean, as far as billionaires go, he's one of the good ones. There aren't that many, but he's one of the good ones. But people have been persuaded that he's, he is the personification of all that is evil. I think they've been persuaded that by people who actually are the personification of all that is evil. Those same billionaires, those names keep coming up over and over and over again. It's about 3 or 4 of them. And Bill Gates isn't one of them. He seems to be one of the good ones. But, the dinglings have been persuaded that he is actually, working against the human race. When actually the opposite is true. Never mind. I'll give up. Robert Tex, has Trump managed to get a world record yet for the most number of tweets marked as fake news? Finally, it came way too late. A good 5 years too late. But Twitter is actually taking some action on his lies. They're beating him back. Giving his lies a damn good thrashing. About time too. Social media needs to step up and accept its responsibilities. I mean, they make billions and billions and billions and billions of pounds, and they're just taken over the world. Sacha Baron Cohen's speech is absolutely excellent. It's about 20 minutes long, and it'll change your opinion about that man probably completely. I tweeted it out today. It's a year old. I had no idea that it existed, but so this is not I'm not bringing this to the world's attention. Millions of people have seen it already, but it is worth watching. My Twitter feed is N.I. Abbott, 2 B's, 1 T, and I tweeted it out today. Or just look it up on the World Wide Web. Sunningdale, Rosanna.
Hi.
Rosanna.
Hi. Yeah. That last call was something, wasn't it? I've got to say that. Well, I think there are interesting things to say about why people believe things that have been debunked hundreds of times, and fundamentally why people believe conspiracy theories. Donald Trump has been poisonous. I think the issue is that conspiracy theories give you a sense that there's some reason, like there's a thing called proportionality bias. Like with coronavirus, it's such a big event that some people they can't imagine that it wasn't caused by something massive as well.
Yeah.
Because what it is a fundamental discomfort with the fact that stuff just happens.
Yes, we're not comfortable with random events, so we like to ascribe some sort of overarching reason for things that confuse us.
Absolutely, it's the same reason for victim blaming, right? If you convince yourself that woman did something wrong, made some mistake, and therefore asked for it, or even if you don't think about it that harshly, you think, well, my daughter, if my daughter doesn't make that mistake, then she's not going to get.
Well, it's the same when you walk past somebody who's asking for 10 pence, a street dweller. Then you think, well, they must have done something wrong. They must have had, they must have made some bad choices, or they got hooked on drugs, or there's something that separates me from them. It's not just random luck that I couldn't possibly become that person. Whereas actually life is just a series of events that are or are not lucky.
And a little bit of a side note here, but I think, things that we come to understand in childhood become some of our central values and understanding of the world. And I don't know where I heard it, but just that phrase, that idea that good things happen to good people, or, that simplifies kind of karma thing. I was aware of that as a child, and I've had a pretty difficult life. I was lucky with my upbringing. Like, my parents are great. I had a more privileged upbringing, but my health and everything, it's been difficult. But knowing that as a child, it made me feel like I must have done something wrong.
Yeah, well, isn't that the basis for religion? They say, if you just subscribe to the following credo, then everything will be fine and dandy for you.
Exactly. And then what's fascinating is that people then talk also about, this is going to lead me into something interesting about Donald Trump again, okay. But people also talk about how during extremely hard times, they find comfort in God, even though they've spent their religious life believing in God would keep them safe. You know what I mean? Like, I don't personally know how people don't lose faith, but at the same time, that contradiction is something that is natural to faith.
Yeah, they don't lose faith because that would be akin to losing hope.
Well, yes. See, that's the way they see it.
If I just keep obeying these funny rules, then everything will work out right in the end. And in the end might be the afterlife. This thing that they cross their fingers and hope for the best afterlife.
True, absolutely. And so contradictions are fundamental to faith. And I don't know whether you will share this view or think it inflammatory, but it has been validated by historians that are academics in the subject anyway. But there are identifiable characteristics of fascism in Donald Trump's movement.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay.
I think we swerved World War III by giving that man the boot. Thank you, America, for finally coming to your senses.
My God, I can't express how glad I am, but how heartbroken I am that the 4 years lost in time that we needed to be dealing with climate change. I mean, I do believe it was the start of his presidency that we got the report that said we had like 11 years, or it might have been like a year or so in. But I mean, that's at least 2-3 years of action that America has the power.
I wouldn't pin your hopes on anybody doing anything about climate change.
Well,
it would be too disruptive to our daily lives. Nobody's ever going to do anything about climate change until it's too late. But on the subject of Donald Trump's attempted coup, his takeover of America, what's incredible to me is people see the History Channel and think, the nasty Nazis. How on earth did a country allow those people to take over? How is that possible? That you can't conceive that it's possible. But some clown off the telly almost did it to America. He took over the most powerful and richest political party on earth, and he did it easily. It was a piece of cake for him.
The other thing is that there's a book by, I'm going to butcher their name, so I just will tell you the title. It's called How Democracies Die. And they talk about how the coup, as we still imagine it with, a military, the guy gets the military on their side and they take over, is not really how democracies die nowadays. It is actually exactly how Hitler did it. You get elected. You get elected,
and then you stay there.
You dismantle the institutions, and you eventually do so enough that you can give yourself such centralized authority that you are by de facto a dictator, and then ultimately you could stop elections or ban the point is that people need to kind of realize that this kind of threat is not what we think it is.
No,
so when we look at the electoral choices,
it comes in amusing and entertaining ways. I mean, there's absolutely no denying it. Donald Trump is a performer, and he's magnetic. I mean, he's great box office. I think it was Vanity Fair that did a piece on him a decade ago, or maybe even more, and they noted that on his nightstand was a book. Which was a book, Hitler's Speeches, correct. And every single thing that he did, you could trace back, and it has sort of echoes of Hitler. Even down to the phrase, "Make America Great Again," was lifted straight from Hitler.
Well, and also America First was lifted straight from the early American fascist movement in the 30s or 40s.
Yeah.
I mean, it's directly their phrase. So this is the thing: is there's your normal dog whistling, and there's your fascist dog whistling.
It's easy. All you have to do is get somebody who has the charisma and has a lack of shame to the extent that Donald Trump has, and give them a megaphone. One thing that Hitler did is that he gave out radios that only got Hitler, and I think he gave them out to all of the German people. By which method they only heard his word. I didn't get any other radio stations, just him, which is exactly the same as what Donald Trump did with Twitter. All of his fans only got him, and people who thought and spoke exactly like he did. Here, Rosanna, I've got to go, but thanks for that. That was like a psychology P101 seminar. We just want Donald Trump. We don't care about the votes. He got a lot of votes, and we want Donald Trump. The brains trust.
I love the poorly educated.
We don't care about nothing. We just want Donald Trump. Where did they get them from? Holy moly. Really, honestly. Andy, and this is the problem. His dingling, mouth-breathing fans, they believe every single thing that they read. Like I was talking to that nice lady just before. This is completely unexpected for them, because they get all their news from Fox News and from Donald Trump's Twitter feed, and they were being told over and over again that he was going to win. So this is unexpected. They don't understand what's happened. And so it can't be that they had a fair election and he lost. It must be, just like Donald Trump says, it must have been fixed. The only fixing that was attempted in this election was by Donald Trump, by trying to hobble the post office. But right from the very start, he tried to sow the concern that, well, it was more the concern, it was to sow a belief that mail-in voting was the source of crookedness. And the reason that he did that was because Democrats are more likely to vote by mail than Republicans. So he was trying to sow misinformation that mail-in voting was somehow crooked, despite the fact that he himself voted by mail. There is that. And voting by mail has been happening for decades and decades and decades. It's been used by millions of Americans, including, of course, all of the military personnel that are abroad. And so he's been priming his fans for this for 4 years, just in case. Like he said the first time around, would you accept the result of the vote? And he said, I will if I win. And so he put one of his stooges in to run the post office, and they were taking post boxes away. They were removing mechanical sorting machines from post offices. They cut overtime so that the postal people wouldn't be able to sort the mail. And they were refusing to actually do the job of the postal service. They were trying to run it into the ground so people's postal votes wouldn't count because they wouldn't arrive in time. That was the plan. I mean, he told us that he was doing it. That's the thing with Donald Trump. He tells you what he's going to do, and then he does it. I'm going to pick your pocket as he's picking your pocket, he says. So there was only one side that was trying to steal the election, and he's still lost. And is now whining about it.
I am the most fabulous whiner. And I'm a whiner, and I keep whining and whining.
And his fans are whining and whining now.
I'm a whiner, and I keep whining and whining.
Over and over again. And it's not going to end very well, because the knuckle draggers that go to the so-called Million Maggot March, they're the ones that have got all the guns. Democrats in the smart states out on the coast, they don't have the guns. It's the dingalings that you just heard on the news there. We want Donald Trump. Those people, those are the people that have got the guns. I can't remember the exact number off the top of my head, but it's something like 20% of Americans have guns. It's just that but there are more guns in America than there are people. So not everybody has a gun. This is not really what the image of America is to those outside. You think that everybody's packing heat, but they aren't. It's just that the people who do like guns really like guns. They got loads of them. And now Donald Trump, for his own means, which is, by the way, in order to get more money, he's pumping his fans for money. Send money now and we'll stop them stealing the election. So the money, if you read the small print, it can go straight into his pocket. Just like when he was running that charity in New York. And he used the charity's money to buy a picture of himself. Like that. And despite the fact that that is news, it's fact, he apologized, he admitted it, he paid a fine, still his fans think that that's fake news. He was running a charity, and he took the money and paid off some of the debts on his hotels and his golf courses, and bought a picture of himself with the money that people had given to charity. What's the difference between that and running into a pub and taking the charity box off the bar and running out with it? I mean, what would you think of a person like that? Would you want them to run the country? We just want Donald Trump. That's not how elections work. You vote. And if you're a Democrat, you often get more votes than your Republican counterpart, and you lose anyway. That happened to Al Gore, and it happened to Hillary Clinton, and they're trying to make it happen to Joe Biden. 7 million. Was it 7 or 5 or I don't know. It's like way out. It was a landslide. It was the exact same number of electoral college votes that Donald Trump said when he got them, it was a landslide. Last time around, he didn't get about 306. 306. A landslide, he said. Now, Joe Biden, this time around, is looking like he's going to get 306. And that's not a landslide. That's questionable. God, the stuff that's happening. And he's not a genius. This is the incredible thing. This is how easy it is to take over a country. He's not super bright. He's not particularly good at anything. He's a terrible businessman. He just played one on television. He's an actor. He's a comedian. He's got a stand-up act. And you can, as an ineffectual business person with charisma, take over a country. He did it. We're lucky that he didn't actually win a second term, because this would have been undiluted Donald. If he'd won a second term, he would probably have found some way to stay forever. You know, like Vladimir Putin, who he loves more than life itself. We just want Donald Trump. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Can you get me that audio? Because I want to play that over and over and over again. Oh my God. DJ tweet. Hey, DJ tweets. Nick, the way Trump is whipping up his deluded fans in the States, there will be a second civil war at this rate. How does that man sleep at night? Really well, I bet. Because he's a psychopath. He has no empathy. He doesn't feel anybody else's pain. In fact, he likes inflicting pain on others. Joseph tweets, I wonder if people ever stop to think about how much of their lives are owned and governed by a few scary people in Silicon Valley. Yeah, all those Silicon Valley nerds. It is like the revenge of the nerds. Incels at university who weren't getting any. I mean, that's how Facebook started. That moon-faced creep who runs Facebook started Facebook as a hot or not site of girls on campus that he wasn't having sex with. That's what Facebook started as. And now he's one of the richest and most powerful people in the world. Oh, my God. I think that the world has taken a wrong turn somewhere. Can we reverse back a bit to, let's say, 1990? How about 1990? We're having a party. Who's with me? Andy texts, hey Nick, how do you make Donald Trump change a light bulb? Just tell him Obama installed it. You remember Obakarama, don't you? You know, back when the world made sense. New Cross, James.
Hello Nick, I love the show. Pleasure to speak to you.
Thanks.
I think not you necessarily.
James, are we on speakerphone?
You are.
Oh my God.
Take it off.
Oh my God.
Better.
Oh, that's much. It's like you just walked into the room. Yes.
I wish. So I think not you necessarily yourself, absolutely not. I think, but the media has a massive part to play in Donald Trump's rise.
Of course, yeah. It's because his box office, they couldn't take their eyes off him.
Exactly. And he sold tickets, for want of a better word.
Yeah.
You know? And it's when people talk about conspiracy and conspiracy theories, well, they do happen. This is the thing. Conspiracy theories do happen. And this is a conspiracy. Okay?
Okay, what is a conspiracy?
The fact that the reason Donald Trump got into power is because the media gatekeepers allowed him to. They're the reason he got into power, and the other side would think that's a conspiracy theory, but to us, that's the truth.
No. But so the implication is that the people who run network news, you know, the left-wing liberal snowflake left-wing network news, those people are in cahoots with Donald Trump. That's not what you mean, surely?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, I think. Well, that the left-wing liberal news has had a shadow cast upon it because of the right-wing media. I think it's the right-wing media. I think it's the owners of the right-wing media that are now are trying to cast a shadow over the left. Now, I think it's really interesting that you're alluding to Mark Zuckerberg's kind of inordinate amount of power. I think that's very interesting because it's your data, Nick. It's my data. It's all of our data is being taken from us. It's being stolen from us.
And used against us.
And here's the thing. Back in the day, our time is, our labour is now our data. That's our most valuable asset. Yet we receive no
money for it. Yeah.
Money for it. No compensation for it.
Yeah.
Yes, it is being taken. And data, or rather the information that is synthesized from the data, is the most valued commodity on Earth. It surpassed oil 2 years ago. Okay? Yeah, and it comes from us. It's the fruits of our labor. Yes.
Well, you can move mountains by that method. By harnessing the power of big data, by pumping billions of messages to people that seem as though they are just ordinary people. It's a grassroots movement for whatever it is, Brexit or get Trump in and etc. and so on. But it's not grassroots at all. It's what they call astroturfing, which is part of that thing that they have going in America now. Stop the steal. It's something that was started by Roger Stone, you know, that cartoon character that was going to jail until his mate Donald Trump he didn't pardon him exactly, but he stopped him going to jail for obstruction of justice and lying to Congress and all of the rest of it. He's behind this Stop the Steal thing, which is pumping out millions of phony Facebook messages of people that are supposedly outraged that aren't actually people at all. It's all done by robots.
Exactly. Now, you talk about Roger Stone going to jail. I think Donald Trump might be going to jail after he's lost his presidential privilege. I think he's going to jail. Now, I have dreams.
You don't actually believe that. You don't actually believe that, though.
I think. Well, I tell you what. I dream a lot, and quite often things in my dreams come true. And I had a dream last week. And I saw Donald Trump being led out of the White House in handcuffs.
In chains, yeah. No. I very much doubt that's going to happen because he continues to get away with everything.
It's true. And that's why he's still going to have, I get what you mean, he's still going to have his, 80 million Twitter followers? Is it more than that? I don't know. And what if he just sends a tweet out in the middle of the night and says it's basically a call to arms?
No, it's worse than that. He's going to start his own social media site and he's going to start his own TV site. He's not going to actually use any of his own money because that's the last thing he does because he ain't got no money. He has no money.
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
If he actually did release his tax returns, you'd find that he has no money. He's got minus money. He's up to his eyeballs in debt.
He is.
But he's going to do that, and he's going to use other people's money to start up a TV station and a social media site. Probably like a parlor. It's just like a cesspit of right wingery, And the problem with that is it's going to be even worse than Twitter, because the only people that are going to be on that site are people that think and repeat everything that he says, that think just like him. So this bubble, bubble that people live in, is just going to get smaller and smaller and smaller, and they'll just all be drinking the Kool-Aid.
Exactly, and you know that his media, whatever kind of whatever thing he creates next, I bet you they're going to be pumping their influence into getting Ivanka Trump elected. I'll bet you right here, Nick. I'm prepared to bet you. Yeah. I'm prepared to bet you £25. Right. I think Ivanka Trump is going to be the next. Well,
I respect your dreams too much to make a bet like that. But the problem with any of the rest of his family is they ain't got no personality other than an unpleasant personality. They don't have Donny's pizzazz, because there's no doubt about it, he is a showman, but the rest of them aren't. I wouldn't expect any of them to make any inroads into political life.
You don't think?
No.
But I think those views that they hold, the views of fear towards the other and hatred towards the other,
that ain't going to go away. That's not going to go away.
Yeah.
But it's going to
harness that.
Yeah, but it's going to have to take somebody with a little more charisma than any of those people have got. I mean, but somebody will come along eventually, and if it's not America, then it'll be somewhere else. Could be here. Anything is possible.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
All it needs is somebody, a funny bloke off the telly, preferably. That seems to be who we're going for at the moment.
Ian Hislop. He's pretty funny. Or Michael McIntyre.
Yeah, that's right. Michael McIntyre. Okay, let's vote for him. I actually would vote for Michael McIntyre. I mean, it seems hard to believe that he could actually turn out to be the personification of evil.
It is, but he'd be hilarious while doing it.
Yeah,
so,
if he was, at least it'd be a laugh. Yeah. All right, good work.
Laugh.
Thanks a lot, James. 0345 6060 973. Hey, your husband's going to be out of office soon, Melania.
I don't care.
She's actually not that bothered. Donny will have more time to do exercise.
Exercising is fun and it's nice.
How do you know? He takes a golf cart to his golf cart. I have read all of those. I've read them all. Wow, how about that? I am up to date. I'm doing very well. I'm a good boy, I am. Let's have Jessica, Sheffield.
Hi, Nick.
Jessica.
Which Melania are you talking about? The real one or the...
Oh, right.
The stand-in or the...
The body double.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean... Really, I was just going to say, what a fortnight, Nick. I think it was 2 weeks ago that I talked to you. And what a 14 days.
Yeah, well, just wait. We got like another month and a half of him, and anything could happen in the next 10 minutes. I mean, I would expect World War III.
I'll bring us into war.
There's pretty much the only thing he hasn't tried yet.
I think he's going to go more mainstream. I think he's going to go the Trump show. He started it. He knows he's out. He can't say it because there's some sort of psychological fundamental problem within his character to admit that he's wrong about anything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's for the psychologists to look at, but for us, it's the Trump show.
Psychologists have looked at it. They're not supposed to say it out loud without having actual hands-on experience of the person. But they couldn't hold it in anymore. And I think it was like 100 psychologists or 1,000 or some vast number said, America, you have a problem.
Warning!
This guy's nuts. Or, well, they didn't quite put it like that, but, in psychological speech.
Professional capacity has got to kind of kick in.
Yeah.
But he's crazy. He's a lunatic. Part of me is going to miss him because I wake up
He's not
some
going
morning.
anywhere. He is not going...
Yeah.
I betcha that he doesn't announce that he lost, but he will announce that he's running again for 2024.
I think it'll be the Trump show. I think we'll have a show hosted by him called Fake News.
No.
And there'll be a few other people that do other things.
No.
It'll come back in 2024.
Yeah.
But really...
But the way America runs its elections, the campaign for 2024 starts now.
Yeah, well, I can't wait, personally. I'm going to miss him. I loved it. I love waking up in the morning and thinking, you know what?
Really?
Let's see what the crazy lunatic said overnight.
Because I didn't. I mean, I opened Twitter in the morning with trepidation, thinking, oh, God, what's he done now?
Yeah, I mean, if I was American, I'd probably worry about it more. I basically thought he was an appalling president, and the way that he's not leaving is, well, I mean, it's extraordinary, isn't it?
We haven't come to the point where he's not leaving yet, but everyone's expecting it.
Yeah, I mean,
which is incredible, really, when you think about it. We're just expecting him not to leave. This is the position we're in now.
And we're thinking, hold on a minute. So come July, it might still be there, and it'll be by now it'll be in total capitals. It won't even try and use lowercase in his tweets. It'll just be whole capitals, and people will be going, "What's going on?" And there'll be people in. I'll be careful what I say, but Ohio, Wisconsin, certain parts of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, the dingling
they've
states.
got like their AK-47s, and they're doing exactly what he is subconsciously encouraging them to do.
It's not
and
subconscious.
We're all sitting back.
It's conscious.
Yeah, I know.
He has to keep this going in order to keep his money coming in. This is what's actually going on. It's a money making exercise. It's another con. He's the world's most successful con man. Think of another man who is more successful as a con artist than Donald Trump. Like, in history. There isn't one. He's brilliant as a con man. He can make people believe pretty much anything. A significant number of people will believe pretty much anything he says. He's great at it. And it's a way of making money, because he can't make money as a businessman because he's a terrible businessman. He keeps going broke all the time. Hell, he went broke running a casino. How is that even possible? So everything he does loses money. His golf courses lose money and his hotels lose money. And, you know, if there's one thing that is good about COVID-19, it's that people aren't going to his hotels anymore. I mean, I know that's true of all hotels. But isn't it great that that's the business he's in? And his golf courses and, everything else that he does. All of those failed businesses. Pretty much everything he touches turns to stone. But, he's managed to persuade a good number of people, plenty enough, 70 million people in America and plenty others around the world, that he's a tremendous businessman because he played one on television. In much the same way as people who play characters in soap operas get mistaken, or not mistaken really, but that people assume when they see them in the street that they are that person in the soap opera and not an actor playing that person. So that's what it's like. He played a successful businessman on TV, and so that's what people assume that he is. But he isn't. So I've been trying to talk about this for about an hour and a half now, but I keep talking about the issues. Some giant orange galumph keeps obscuring my view.
Don't be rude.
Christmas is still in jeopardy. Unless social distancing rules are toughened up after England's second lockdown, a subgroup of Sage has warned. In jeopardy it is.
Warning!
The Scientific Advisory Group told ministers last week that returning to the same three-tier local system after lockdown will just take England back to, and presumably Scotland and Wales as well, and Northern Ireland, back to where it was when the second wave peaked at the end of October. Wow, who could have predicted that a lockdown would only serve to kick the problem down the road, apart from everyone who thought about it for 10 seconds, or who was awake when we got let out the last time? I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so, I told you so, I told you so. It's obvious. So this SAGE subgroup of concentrated experts said that the three-tier system didn't work. Meanwhile, a government's senior advisor said that the 3-tier system does work. And it had been having the effect it needed to have before England's second lockdown started. So we didn't need the lockdown, in other words.
Oh, fabulous.
I mean, everyone's familiar with the 3 tiers, aren't they? I'll take that as a no. Shall I take that as a no?
Yes.
Yes. What are the 3 tiers? Bet you can't tell me.
Sorry.
See? Boris Johnson and what's left of his advisers, that his current girlfriend has okayed, have apparently confirmed that England will return to a tiered local lockdown system in December. But exactly how it will look is not yet clear, which sounds about right. About par for the course. They're going to do something, but they aren't sure what it is. But it's full steam ahead. Don't you worry about that.
Here we go. Okay.
And then there's some flannel about R rates. Although quite how they can state with confidence what the R rate is, considering the catastrophic clown show that this all is beyond me. I mean, how are they coming up with that number? I mean, they might as well release a statement that says... and it would make as much sense. One side says we need the lockdown, another side says we don't. One side says we need to get to the tiers, and another side says that they don't work. And one side says that we can have Christmas, and the other side says that we can't. And Bob Geldof's on standby to do a charity telethon. Do we know it's Christmas? Just give us your bleeping money.
Dreadful.
In a weekly update from the Office for National Statistics, mass testing revealed that there were 47,700 new infections per day in England in the week up to November the 6th. Up only marginally from 45,700 the week before. So it's up only marginally. It's not going through the roof like they said it was, which is the reason that we had to do another lockdown. Greggs came out. Greggs, the purveyor of hot stuff. They came out the other day and said that, they're in trouble. They're going to have to start laying people off. Holy macaroni. If Greggs are in trouble, then the country is looking at its future demise. Is there a single business, apart from Amazon, is there a single business in this country that is actually doing well? And how do they get that figure, by the way? 47,700 new infections per day. How are they getting that figure? I mean, it's a mystery. Because the tests that they are using, do they not have huge false negativity rate? I mean, they're not 100% accurate, so how do they know? They have a huge false negative rate and a significant false positive rate, don't they? But, if that's right, then the rate of infection was not taking off, as they said it was. That was the excuse they used to lock us all in for another month. We can't go to the pub and we can't go to eat out. We can't go to shop for knickknacks and everything's blooming rubbish. The whole country's just sitting indoors, pouring whatever spare cash they've got into Amazon. And Jeff Bezos has got so much blooming money, he's bought the moon. He's going to use it as a second home. So we were all sent inside like a naughty school child because the sagists say Tier 3 wasn't working. And you know what? I honestly can't remember what Tier 3 means. Any more than you can. So this afternoon I looked it up. I did homework. Can you believe that?
No.
It goes Tier 1, medium alert. It starts at medium and goes up from there. It goes medium alert, high alert, and... Tier 1 is you can do anything you want, but only to 6 other people. Like a 1970s jacuzzi party.
Groovy.
Tier 2 is you can eat out, but not after 10 o'clock because, like the alien monster, the virus comes out mostly at night. Mostly. And Tier 3 is you get bent over a desk and given a damn good thrashing. The expert said it's not yet clear whether Tier 3 measures alone are sufficient to reduce the reproduction rate below 1. And they said that just as a senior government advisor said that Tier 3 was working well. So the experts in SAGE said that Tier 3 is not working well, and a senior government advisor says Tier 3 is working very well. And also that Tier 2 is having a desired effect. Honestly, it's almost as though voting for a clown off the telly to run the country wasn't such a great idea after all.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Who could have predicted that? And as for Christmas, the senior source said ministers were keen to let families meet up during the festive period and not cancel Christmas. But under the tiered strategy, that was not going to be possible. And then a separate paper, dated the end of October, said that social distancing could be loosened up for a limited time over Christmas if transmission gets low enough for NHS test and trace to keep on top of the outbreak. Who's in charge of that again? Oh, we are doomed. Let me predict that the government will say, get along and have a nice time over Christmas. Not because they've got the R rate down or the curve is flattening or your bubbles are looking good or any of that, but because it would be politically ruinous to cancel people's Christmas. No matter how many people die, they're not going to do it, are they? I mean, it's Jesus' birthday. And then in January, the infection rate will go through the roof and we'll all be locked in for February. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
0345 6060 973. Mal texts, MSM. Oh, God. Uh-oh.
Warning.
Just back away and don't make any sudden moves. Anybody says mainstream media, be alarmed. He says mainstream media reporting every move that Dominic Cummings makes, and then the rest of it's in capital letters. We are not bothered, okay? Mal, you mean you aren't bothered? Who are you speaking on behalf of? Are you bored, Mal? Oh, I'll send you a colouring book. Keith texts, if Trump goes to jail, then so should Hillary Clinton. And they should be in the same cell. The winter evenings would just fly by, ? Which isn't a question, but, you know, just whatever random punctuation you want to throw at it. Why should Hillary Clinton be in jail again? Oh, don't tell me. Something to do with a pizza parlour. Yeah, I bet you read it on Facebook. This anonymous text says, don't forget Elon Musk's 4 tests, 2 positive and 2 negative, all on the same day. Suspicious? Yeah. Yes. But I don't know. I mean, he's entertaining and all, Elon Musk. But would you buy a used car from that man? Would you buy an unused car from that man? Yeah, maybe. Although the reliability of Teslas is apparently really bad. I think they're only, I think they're second on the list. I looked it up the other day. Unreliable cars. I think Range Rovers at the very top, and his battery-powered efforts are in the second. Weird. You wouldn't think that they would be unreliable because what's to go wrong? Apart from computers, yeah. They often do go wrong.
Affirmative.
Let's have Dallas. Brian.
Hey, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
I hate to inform you that you actually agree with most red state voters as it relates to COVID.
In what way?
Well, you seem very skeptical of all the lockdowns and so forth, and most red states here, i.e. Trump states, have a lot less restrictions, whereas the blue states, i.e. Biden states, are heavily restrictive.
Well, you say blue and red. I mean, it's not like that, really, is it? I mean, in each state there's blue and red.
True, but I'm referring to the people running them, so governors.
Right.
I'm sure you know this because you're brilliant, but I don't know how many people in the UK generally know that our system of government, you know, the governor of a state has much more power over day-to-day life than the federal government does. And so in terms of restaurants being open and so on and so forth,
yeah,
even down to the county level. So we have, you know, county authorities, if you will, and it even breaks down there red to blue in terms of less restrictive or more restrictive. So welcome to our side. I appreciate you joining us.
Well, I'm not sure I'm actually on your side. We may have come to a similar position, but for different reasons. I mean, Donald Trump wants everything opened up. I think probably because he sees the money pouring out of his business. You know, if things are closed down, then no one's going to his hotels and his restaurants and his golf courses. So I think that's the reason he wants it opened up.
I would say that would be a good argument, but only from the economy. So I don't know about his businesses, but one of his big accomplishments was the economy. And now
no, it wasn't. It really wasn't. It wasn't his accomplishment. If you want to pin it on any president, then it was Barack Obama's accomplishment, because Donald Trump didn't affect the graph in any way. Look at in every economic measure. Look at the graph through Obama's period and into Trump's, and you'll find that the line doesn't change. It's just a straight line.
I will say this: it is amazing that Barack Obama put into place economic systems that exploded exactly when Trump took office. That was very nice of him.
Nothing of the sort happened. What exploded when Trump took office? Name the economic indicator that exploded when Trump took office.
I will tell you that, well, first of all, none of the presidents did it. All they can do is get in the way. The American people are what generate the economy.
Right. Well, so you're digging a hole for your own argument, but go on.
I'm not. I don't mind. No, because here's one of the reasons people like Trump. And by the way, your hillbilly accent's not bad, by the way. By the way, I'm from the South. Texas is considered sort of in the South. I have lots of guns, and I voted for Trump, but I don't sound like that guy. But kudos to your Alabama accent. In any event, what he has done that we like the most, I think most Trump voters like the most, is he has stripped away regulation at the federal level and refused to take power. I know everybody's worried about him not leaving, which is really one of the most ridiculous and naive things that people say, and nobody means.
He hasn't even conceded yet. The result is beyond doubt, and he still hasn't brought himself to concede yet.
The result may be beyond doubt as it stands, but he is going through a perfectly legal process,
which is getting tossed. Every single lawsuit that he's brought is getting tossed right out of court because it has no basis in reality.
Then let it get tossed out.
Well, they are.
Let it get tossed out.
They are.
Right, that's fine. Let them be tossed out, but it doesn't matter because the states don't certify their elections. Each state certifies their elections in mid-December, and he doesn't get Biden wouldn't get inaugurated until January. So it really there's nothing to. Al Gore pushed it out for over a month.
Well, Al Gore won that election. But the Republican dominated Supreme Court gave it to him, gave it to Bush, the
Republican dominated state court made a decision. The Supreme Court,
and it's the same characters that are in Trump's administration. Who Bill Barr was, I think, the one who gave it to Bush. Bush got fewer votes than Al Gore and won anyway. That seems to happen over and over.
Yes, because we have a great system. Thank goodness we don't go on just pure democracy.
That's a terrible system. So people's votes don't matter. And if you live in a state that is just space for as far as the eye can see, all you got is cows, then your vote counts more than somebody who lives in a major metropolitan area like New York or Chicago or LA. That's the system that makes no sense.
Or the opposite could be true, that New York City and L.A., the two largest cities by a vast margin in the U.S., would be the only places people would go and campaign and spend all the money, and then the entirety of the rest of the city, well, you can throw in Chicago.
Well, why does somebody's vote in New York count less than somebody's vote in North Dakota?
It doesn't.
It does. It absolutely does. You could get a million votes in New York, or how many
Yes.
would it be? It's like 10 million. You could get 10 million votes in New York and 3,000 votes in North Dakota, and the 3,000 would trump the 10 million.
No, well,
Trump. That's a bad
exactly,
use of that
because
word.
You
But
only get 3 electoral votes for Alaska. To Trump in Alaska, he got 3 electoral votes. Joe Biden won California literally the second.
no, I'm talking.
polls
Okay, I'm
closed.
talking about the Senate now.
Well, you didn't say the Senate, but it
But
doesn't
they
matter.
count more.
We have a House of Representatives for that side of things, where
Right,
it's
and
one
they
vote.
are relatively representative. But the Senate, though, isn't, because each state sends 2 senators, and if you live in some place like Ohio or Carolina or someplace like that,
Carolina.
then 6 people will send 2 senators in. Whereas in New York, you need 10 million people to send 2 senators. Therefore, the people in the states that don't have any hardly any residents in them, they count for more than the states like New York and California, which have all of the people in them. Makes no sense. Your system is screwed up.
No, our system is actually the best possible scenario.
Oh
for
my
us
God!
anyway. I don't know how it works.
You must be dreaming. Have they legalized marijuana in Texas, Brian?
Yes, I'm trying to say one word, one time. We have states' rights. The fundamental nature of our nation is states' rights. We are United States. So all the states make a federation.
It's a very
and
disunited states.
That's the way it's supposed to be.
No,
to some
but
degree.
it isn't.
We don't want to. Yes, it is. Texas doesn't want to legalize marijuana. Oregon legalized literally every drug. So
Well,
if you want heroin,
I bet that some parts of Texas want to legalize marijuana. So why shouldn't they be able to do what they want?
because it's the state decides.
Yeah, but why does
So
the state
now
decide?
they-
Why leave it there? Why at the state level? Why not the town? Why not the city level?
Why are you arguing about how we do it when basically we're the European Union and you love the European Union? You can move to Oregon
I
if
don't
you want to.
love the European Union. I just dislike the alternative of bobbing around on our own with no influence on the world, desperate for mates. That's where we are now. I don't love the European Union. It's not really something that you can love. But it is indisputably, in my mind, a better place to be than Johnny No Mates crawling across the carpet asking for favours from whoever happens to be the President of the United States at that time. And
Think you're talking to?
I am talking to a person called Christine in Slough.
Hi, Nick.
Christine.
I'm fits of love. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? But, yeah, Brian, who just spoke to you, he can keep his trucks and his guns in America. We don't want that here. Did you see, what's his name, Farage, marching up and down Washington, and then actually at the podium, like the town crier, reading
What, was that
this
today?
man is the most wonderful man, hard work. Did you see that bit?
Was that today?
No. About 3 days ago.
Oh,
you know,
right.
and boosting him up because all the results were coming in.
Doing his routine.
This is absolute tosh.
Yeah.
I know. And did you not see him? And then Andrew Neil actually introduced him and cornered him. And he said, oh, well, that's a matter for you to decide, and went off, with his tail between his legs. But
I'm a
absolutely
nutcase.
inciting people that Donald Trump has integrity.
Yeah.
And another thing is that when you think, he kept saying, and 70 million have voted for him. And Donald Trump saying, I like uneducated people. Are you telling me that 70 million are uneducated, or they're just sort of...
Well, they refuse to learn. There is an element of a lack of education. There's no doubt about that. Just listen to those people on the news. Just now, that clips. Did it sound like they were well educated? No.
No, they didn't. They sounded like they just couldn't process that they'd lost.
Exactly.
We are thick, we are stupid.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's so frightening, really, when you have
It is alarming.
A leader like that inciting. And it's a religious sect, would you believe it? The
Well,
so-called born-again...
if you are a religious person and you still support Donald Trump, then to me, you are a religious phony.
You are, definitely. Because if they read the Bible, as if we read the Bible, and the Bible says, and I think, no, the Bible doesn't say that. You interpret that. The Bible actually doesn't incite hatred at all.
I mean, all these people that speak in tongues and claim that Donald Trump was sent by God to save us. I mean, really, that's just pathetic.
But what about that woman who was driving the evil spirits around him? Did you see that?
His personal spiritual advisor, the woman who speaks in tongues. Halala, halala, halawalala.
But she was whipping something, going, yes.
It's all about the money, honey.
I mean, but the thing is, how can anybody with surrounded people like that have any integrity about him? And the thing is, I think he's frightened because as soon as he leaves the White House, he's going to be imprisoned for fraud, isn't he?
No, I very much doubt it. I think that just like everything else in his life, he will get away with it. The very first thing that Donald Trump is going to do is to say that he's running again for 2024 because he won't be able to leave those his fans behind. It's like the Rolling Stones. Do they need the money? No. They like the hit that comes from playing to a crowd of adoring people. Yeah. They can't leave that behind. It's addictive. So he's going to want that.
But he'll be about 78, won't he, or something like that?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Well, he might be demented because he just hasn't. I mean, the difference between him and Biden. I mean, Biden immediately said, let's come together and be calm about it.
Yeah.
But
good luck with that.
No, but the thing is that he said, I'm the president for the whole of America, which I thought was quite a nice thing to say, to calm people down.
Yeah, but Trump's fans aren't going to hear that. They're not remotely interested in that. They see him as somebody who's stolen the election because that's what they keep reading all the time.
But, I mean, when you've got scanners and computers that actually add up everything and verify everything, how can you even say... I mean, is he that ignorant? Does he know how the machinery of voting, etc., is done
Donald
in
Trump
America?
doesn't.
You can't cheat.
I don't believe that Donald Trump thinks for a second that the election was stolen from him. This is another con. I'll read you a column by a guy called Dana Milbank, and he explains it. I got to go, but thanks, Christine. Right, this was in the Washington Post. Totally failing Washington Post. President Trump isn't really trying to overturn the election. He's simply running one more scam before he leaves office that would enable him to enrich himself. That's the way it appears, at least from the scores of fundraising emails his campaign has sent out since the election. He seems to be asking for funds to challenge the election, but the fine print shows that the money could let him line his own coffers. The tin pot dictator routine looks more as if it's about passing the tin cup. They're trying to steal this election, declared one such Trump campaign fundraising missive from Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, on Wednesday afternoon. It said, I promise you my team is fighting the clock, round the clock maybe, to defend the integrity of this election, but we cannot do it alone. We need every patriot like you to step up and make sure we have the resources to keep going. Please contribute any amount right now to defend the election. It's a money-making scam. And at the provided link to the official election defense fund, the legalese at the end says something rather different. The fine print of the communication suggests that much of the money donated to support that effort since the 3rd of November's election day has instead been paid to Save America, a new political action committee that Donald Trump founded. Paul S. Ryan, a campaign finance attorney with the good government group Common Cause, said this is a slush fund. That's the bottom line. Trump may just continue to string out his meritless litigation in order to fleece his own supporters of their money and use it in the coming years to pad his own lifestyle while teasing a 2024 candidacy. That's what's going on here. But should we be surprised? Because Trump's used the presidency itself for self-enrichment. There's no reason to think an election defeat would stop him. He's funneled vast amounts of taxpayer dollars and political supporters' funds to his hotels and his golf clubs and his various properties around the world. Over the years, he's used his charity for self-benefit. He's had favourable treatment by foreign governments, and he's had hundreds of millions in debt forgiven by creditors. Trump's properties have billed taxpayers at least $2.5 million for things such as $7,000 for a dinner, $6,000 for flowers, $17,000 for a cottage per month, up to $650 a night for rooms, $1,000 for drinks at the White House for the White House staff, and $3 for drinking water. And he's not alone. He's not the only one in Trump's orbit, apparently misleading well-intentioned contributors. Steve Bannon, Trump's former chief strategist, faces federal charges that he defrauded contributors who thought that they were giving money to build a wall on the Mexican border. Arrested on a Chinese billionaire's yacht, Steve Bannon is accused of stealing more than $1 million from funds donated to We Build the Wall. It's just amazing the stuff that's going on, really. But the problem with his fans is that to admit any of this would be to admit that you have been conned, and there's too much loss of face. So the alternative is to get angry and try to make what you thought should be happening happen. Just try to make it happen, because the alternative is to admit that you have been had. Too much loss of face. This says, I don't want Donald Trump to leave. I can only imagine how nice it would be if the police removed him by force in January. That ain't going to happen either. He's going to leave. He's going to say that, he got it stolen from him, and he's announcing his candidacy for 2024, and he'll start having his demented yeehaw white power rallies again. And be punting for dollars. This says, apropos of nothing at all, the health trusts are run by accountants now. They were all in debt before COVID, and they have used COVID to end healthcare to balance their books. Okay. Colin says, the infection rate in Wales is 277 per 100,000 people, and they're now open. In London, it's 127, but we're closed. Yeah, nothing makes much sense anymore. I don't get any of it anymore. 2020, it just keeps surprising, don't it? Watford, hello, James.
Hello, mate. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, good, thanks. Right. Okay, that's great. Thanks a lot. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's at LBC. David in Cleethorpes says the businesses which appear to be doing well during the pandemic are Amazon and those owned by family members of Conservative MPs. Yeah, that is a coincidence. I'm sure that must be a coincidence. Let's have Tufnell Park. Kate.
Hello.
Kate.
Hi. I was just listening to the news about what Boris is going to come up with the new green spaces and everything. I think, what a con man. I mean, talk about over there in America. He's got to be the biggest con man, hasn't he? Green spaces, he's just taking away all our ancient forests. With the HS2, building a runway. I mean, it's just, and I think, I'm not gullible. He thinks we're all nuts out here.
It isn't. It's a good strategy, and it's one that keeps working. Is that you can either do what Donald Trump does and tell you that he's conning you, and then con you, or you can do the exact opposite, which is tell you that, which Trump also does, tell you the opposite of what they're doing while they're doing it. Yes, it is an interesting position to hold, to be the champion of nature while blasting an unnecessary railway line through it, and
400-year-old oak trees.
Yes, I'm planning to increase the size of an airport in the wrong place. Yeah.
I mean, this is all to take our mind off what's going on. I'm thinking there'll be bets in the shop soon, see how long his relationship lasts.
He says
that'll be the next thing.
It says the Prime Minister has a 10-point environmental plan that would protect England's iconic landscapes, as though there is a danger other than from HS2 to England's iconic landscapes. I mean, no one's suggesting that we build on them or that we concrete them over. So he's telling that he's going to protect something that is not under threat.
Exactly, and there is an under threat at the end of my road, which is a beautiful Gothic building.
Oh, yeah.
And they've decided that they're going, although it's historically, they can't take the Gothic tower away.
Right.
They want to change all around it. So it doesn't look like a Gothic tower. It's going to look like a high street with shops, which I've really complained about to everybody. Generic. I've written to Boris. I've written to the council. I've written to everybody. I'm now having to I'm going to have to go to the newspapers and get some to investigate these people because they're all in it.
Well, leave it with me.
Everyone.
Leave it with me. I'll investigate it fully and have a full report on your desk first thing in the morning. How does that sound?
Thank you, Nick. Okay. I'll be very grateful.
I'm absolutely not going to do that, but thanks for setting me homework. Homework? Oh, no. It's the weekend. Thanks a lot, Kate. Boris Johnson has insisted a green government agenda will see new national parks and thousands of jobs created. Oh, that'll make a difference. His reaction to the virus has caused millions of fresh unemployed people, but at least he's going to have... what are they going to be? Park wardens. He's got a 10-point environmental plan that would protect England's iconic landscapes, as though England's iconic landscapes are somehow under threat. He might as well say, "I'm here to protect the Elizabeth Tower, the Big Ben. Nobody is going to take the Big Ben bell away under my premiership," as though any such thing was going to happen anyway. He's got a blueprint for a green industrial revolution. Wow, it's like a rainbow over there. How many colours can you fit in the same sentence? A blueprint for a green industrial revolution. A green industrial revolution. I wonder if that means that we're going to get more wind power.
I know a lot about wind.
That's eating dinner from a bucket, Donny. The government said funding would be awarded to environmental charities and partners across England to restore their natural environment and help make progress on UK's ongoing work to address the twin challenges of biodiversity loss and climate change as part of our green recovery from COVID-19 and, blah, blah, blah. Well, we'll find out. Sounds like a lot of fancy wordage to me. Let's have... oh, look, it's Stockton-on-Tees. Brian.
Yes, okay, Nick.
Yes, okay, Brian.
Well, I've been listening to the show tonight, Nick.
Very disappointed, I expect.
I am. I've got a challenge on a few things, I mean, you keep going about Donald Trump. Now, it's a bit hypocritical from you because you are the same as Donald Trump. You are the exact same as Donald Trump. Propaganda through your show all the time, putting your point of view, shutting out others, which is what Trump does. You only have to... You tell as many lies as Trump every show. You probably tell more lies than Trump.
What lie have I told on this show?
Well, you keep saying things like a complete opposite. Anything English, you call. Anything English, you put down.
like a ton of bricks.
What lie?
Wales,
What
not Wales,
what
not
lie,
Scotland,
Brian?
not Ireland.
Brian, what lie have I told on this show?
Well, you keep saying that Boris Johnson is the same as Donald Trump, and you say it 100 times a show. He's not.
Well, I don't recall I don't recall me saying that he is the same as. I may have said that he comes from the same.
You were saying right about Donald Trump. You're saying he's as bad as Hitler.
No.
Where are you getting this from, Nick?
I didn't say he. No, I specifically did not say he was as bad as Hitler. I said that he had a book of Hitler's speeches on his bedside table, from which he took all sorts of things, like "Make America Great Again." That was a Hitler phrase.
Right. He's lost the election. Biden is going to.
Well, you tell him that.
Yes, but all we're saying is he will. Right. And the thing is, right. On Trump, right. In America, anything goes in America. You can't sort American politics out. Biden will not change much because it's the same as here, right? He can't get things passed, just the same as Donald Trump can't get things passed. The only person with a strong position, really, if he grows some, is Boris Johnson in this country. He's got an 80-seat majority, but he's stuttering. He's having second thoughts on things. Dominic Cummings has just gone.
Second thoughts? I'd be surprised if he had a first thought on things.
Dominic Cummings, right, has just gone, hasn't he?
Apparently, right? Yeah. So we're led to believe.
And I tell you what, he's going to come storming back if he sells out on Brexit. If he doesn't get salty with this country, right, you've got Farage coming back with a Reform Party.
Oh, for crying out loud.
He's going to be in big trouble, I'm telling you.
Any moment now, you're going to say something about fish.
No, nothing to do with fish. But the thing is, I don't want you talking about mackerel again. Just going to that thing, which is another lie you tell.
What is?
About the mackerel, isn't it? There's another lie you tell.
What lie is there about mackerel?
There's loads of cod. Listen to this. Are you going to listen to me for a second about the fish, are you?
You've been yakking your face off for about the last 5 minutes. What are you talking about?
How much do France get out of the cod in our channel? 93%. The French get 93% of our cod.
The fish we catch round these parts isn't cod, it's mackerel.
It's cod as well.
It's
we
not.
Get cod in our waters.
When you buy cod from the supermarket, it does not say cod from the English Channel.
It's still cod in our channel. It's cod in our channel.
You do not catch cod in the English Channel. You catch cod up around Iceland.
Read up on it, Nick. Iceland are the bigger ones, I agree with you. They have more poundage, the bigger fish. But we still get a lot of cod in our waters, which stay in our waters all the year. Right. But they're a smaller species, but it's still a decent size.
Sure, right. Whatever you say, Brian. Yeah.
Right?
Whatever.
But the thing is, right,
what difference does it make? The reason that this whole thing started in the first place is that we had cod, we had fishing quotas which weren't taken from us. We sold them. You can't sell something and then still claim that it's yours.
We've just done quotas with Norway. They've agreed to them. Iceland and all these places, right? The only thing we can't do quotas with is the EU.
I just am stunned. It comes down to it's got nothing to do with fish. This is about ruling the waves. It's about silly little flag-waving so-called patriots.
The thing is, right,
it's got zero to do with fish. And I'll tell you, and I'll prove it to you. When has the Conservative government ever been remotely interested in the fishing community?
Well, Ted Heath wasn't. He gave it all away. But listen to this, right? You've got Macron now making a big excuse about fish, isn't he? I want the same quota, the status quota. I want the common fishes policy.
This is such garbage about fish. It's so unimportant to the economy. Nobody cares about the fish apart from silly little people who wrap themselves in the flag and claim that they're patriots. It's got nothing to do with fish. This EU thing about fish, this fish is not the issue with the fish quotas. It's just a flag-waving exercise. It's got, and I keep saying it over and over again, the importance of the fishing industry to this country is less in monetary terms than the importance of the shop Harrods. Harrods creates more money for this country than the whole of the fishing industry put together. It also employs more people. But were we complaining when Harrods got sold to, is it the Qataris who own it? Oh, I've got no idea. One of those countries from over there. When were you marching in the streets complaining that Harrods was sold abroad, Brian?
Look, you go give us Harrods thing every time. If we get our fishing back, right, it's worth over $6 billion a year. It's worth 90,000 jobs on land if we get our fishing things back. It's worth a lot of money, Nick, if we get it back.
Rubbish.
That's where you're wrong.
It's just such nonsense. Right. Okay, if it was about money, then we wouldn't have left the European Union in the first place.
It's worth $6 billion and plus.
Brexit, by February this year, Brexit has already cost us $200 billion.
Yeah, because of you. Because of the likes of you. It's been going by the time I'll get done, it's been going 4.5 years.
Brexit is set to have cost the UK more than £200 billion in lost economic growth by the end of this year. This was a figure in February, so this doesn't even count COVID. 200 billion in lost economic growth. And you're worried about shillings and pence about the blooming fishing industry. Good God, you people and you flag wavers with your fish. It's pathetic. It all comes down to that. And it's got absolutely zero to do with fish. It's about us ruling the waves. You know, when the map was pink, just trying to convince ourselves that, it's Britannia rules the waves. That's what it's about with the fish. Nobody cares about fish. Go to any fishing community and they'll be dirt poor. Why? Because the government isn't remotely interested in them. No concern of any kind whatsoever. Government after government after government didn't care. But now it's all they can think about, the bloomin' fish. If we cared about them so much, then they'd be rolling in money. But they aren't. They're just barely scraping by. So that's the truth of it, Brian. They don't matter, and we don't care. Otherwise, we would have done something about it already. 034... Anyway, but irritating as usual. Thanks a lot, Brian. On that subject, by the way, this late text just come in from Jim, says, I only tune in to hear you lying about mackerel. It's what I live for. This anonymous text says, get over your self-hate for Trump. My self-hate? Get over your self-hate for Trump. Get over yourself. Hate for Trump. Get over your self-hate for Trump. Wow, that can be read so many ways. I should get over my self-hate for the benefit of Donald Trump, or I should get over myself and hate for Trump. Hate what for Trump? I should get over my self-hate for Trump. Anyway, there's more. Do you want to hear more?
No.
He says, your hatred for Trump is tedious. Anyone whose opinions are different to yours, you behave like a child. And there's just like random capitalizations all the way through it. Like, he's just like he's unfamiliar with the English language. I'm assuming it's a he. Oh, has your feelings been hurt? Oh, that's so sad. You lost. Get over it. I expect I'm going to be saying that a lot, because I've heard it a lot. Cat texts, Trump TV. I can imagine the fine calibre of guests that'll attract. I bet there'll be a prime-time show called Farage and Cummings. I can't wait for that. Yeah, it'll be a big bag of monkey nuts, I bet.
I'm a nutcase.
Yeah. I very much doubt that he's going to do a TV show. He doesn't have he's not a TV act. He's a stage act. So he's going to run again for 2024 because it will mean that he'll be able to have, he'll be able to do his stage act. He's a stand-up comedian, basically. And he just loves that adoring crowd, and boy, do they love him. It's more like he's a cult leader. You know, like one of those phony religious cults. So, yeah, that's what he'll do. He'll say that he's running for 2024, ask for his fans to send him money, you know, because he ain't got none.
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
Yeah, sure you do, Donny. And then he'll just have his white power rallies. And they'll chant his name and, you know, just go around the dingling states. Not California. Cardiff. Hello, Peter.
Hey, good morning, Nick.
Peter.
I've got an offer for you. I've got a bottle of JD here and 2 straws. Would you like one?
Well, like a bottle or a straw?
Have a straw and share this bottle with me, because the lunatics have well and truly taken over the asylum, you know. Firstly, this Brexit stuff that has been imposed on us, well, we voted for.
We were persuaded that it was in our interests, yeah.
Well, I say the lunatics have taken over the asylum. And despite everything that's going on in our country, billions of pounds paid to corrupt hedge fund managers to look after our track and trace that's going to be the best in the world, while people dying. It makes me angry that people come on your show and come on the radio here and northern accents, traditional, like us Taffs in Wales, traditional left of centre, decrying what's happening to Boris.
Yeah, it's amazing, really, that the people that you would think would be their best interest would be served in voting for a Labour government have been persuaded successfully that the opposite is true, that their best interest, despite all of the evidence to the contrary, would be in their interest to vote for a Conservative government that has never, ever, ever shown them the slightest interest. To the point that the European Union pours money into this country. It doesn't all just go out. It comes back as funds to help the areas that are the poorest, which are the areas that most overwhelmingly voted to leave the European Union.
Take my country, Nick, Wales. I was on the day of the vote. Scotland voted to stay in Europe, and I assumed wrongly that Wales would follow suit. Basically, because every year the European Parliament, because we're a deprived country socially and economically, were giving us, after a net £690 million a year, so we could spend on the good people of Wales. And what do? We voted for Brexit.
Yep, the thing to remember about that is that the European Union were giving that money because the British government didn't. And if the good people of Wales or the north of England or wherever it might be, or in Cornwall and places like that, places of deprivation, if you think that the government is going to step up and match the money that won't be coming your way from the European Union anymore, well, I've got a genuine made-in-China Rolex watch I'd like to sell you.
That Jack Daniels I'm actually starting to drink it now. And, and the fact of the matter is, the wonderful people of Wales are now at the mercy. We have a steel company in Wales, a big plant at Port Talbot. When I was a young lad, many years ago, there was 40,000 people working in that steel plant. Over the years, it's down now to 3,000. And you know what the lovely owners have just told the Welsh government? And this is why I think this crap with Cummins and all the fiasco of it. Do you see him walking out of the main gate? If I had sacked him, he would have been kicked out of the back door. He should have been kicked out of the back door with his box and told never to show his face in there again. Instead of that, he makes a big grand exit out of the main entrance.
Yeah, too weird. I mean, it was just a PR stunt. He could have waited till there were no photographers there, or he could have gone out the back way, or he could have just left by some other means without doing it in a blaze of publicity. But he just couldn't help himself.
Before they put this straitjacket back on me, I just need to say that thank you, Brexiteers, particularly my own country, because they've just told the government in Wales that they're no longer. It's a profitable little thing. The steelworks. It actually keeps the Port Talbot and the surrounding areas neath above the poverty line. And you know, they just told them. They told the government we're no longer going to. It's going to have to stand alone. So if it doesn't make any money, you can close it. And instead of the government saying to them, "Go ahead, and we'll nationalise it," they're scurrying around like rats on a sinking ship. Oh, we must. Oh, it's the greatest PR stunt in the world, Brexit. And I'm sorry, I don't often ring your show, but that last caller that came on, there's people dying. Our hospitals, the NHS staff are on their knees. Our children now got thanks to a famous footballer, they may get fed.
Yeah.
Our poor children over Christmas. And they voted for this lot, and it's coming on your show.
And are still obsessed about fish, having shown absolutely zero interest previous to this, but now it's all down to fish because it's a flag-waving thing. Little Englanders.
And you know this wonderful Japanese deal? You know what they're not bragging about? This wonderful new world of deals and deals. I was in business for many years. I was a commodity trader. We're regarded. I did a lot in China. The Chinese laughed at us. Even back then, they used to say, your country, you know, may."
I thought you were going to do the accent there for a minute.
I nearly did, but hey, listen, I can hear the ambulance coming now. So
Yeah.
no, but at the end of the day, to all you Northerners, you have no idea. I'm fellow Welshmen, and I'm glad I'm anonymous, who voted for this rabble. And what's about to hit us? I think this Cummins. I think
I think that COVID will provide excellent cover for the economic fallout that is about to happen from Brexit, because we won't be able to tell what's been caused by what. We'll just assume that, and I'm sure that the government will make great pains to persuade us that all of the negative that's about to happen is due to COVID and has got nothing to do with Brexit. And if it weren't for COVID, then those sunny uplands would be hoving into view round about now. But sadly not. Yeah, I'm going to have to go, but thanks a lot, Peter.
Sad. Thank you.
Keep that straw dry for me. I appreciate it. This one says, Nick, if you hate our fish so much, why don't you just leave the country and live somewhere that isn't an island? I don't hate our fish, but everybody else in this country does. We don't like mackerel. We like fish that doesn't taste of anything. You know, that you get in Iceland. Not the shop. Well, you probably do get it in the shop. Well, I'm absolutely certain that you get it in the shop, but I'm talking about the country. No, we like fish that doesn't taste of anything. But unfortunately, that's not really what we have round here, round these parts. Not that it suddenly becomes ours when it swims by. I mean, how does that make it ours? Mackerel is what we land round these parts, and I actually do eat mackerel. I do my bit to protect the environment. You know, I'm a patriot. I eat fish that's oily and pretty unedifying, really. It's actually not that nice. But I eat it anyway. I'm a good boy, I am. Yeah, and I'll sit there till I've finished it. Dowell in Hove says, I don't want to sound like I'm moaning, but after 5.5 hours of broadcast, you still haven't got round to your news about the quick test trial in Liverpool. What's the scoop? Did I say that at the beginning of yesterday's show? I haven't got time now. You should have moaned more earlier. Your fault. Daryl. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. James tweets, the new strapline for your show could be leading Britain's mackerel misinformation. Somebody should put that on a poster. I'll get a T-shirt made. Anybody want one? Anybody at all?
No.
Andrew in Manchester says, Cummings will do a book blowing the lid on the PM and Parliament, making a vast amount of dosh. Yeah, I seriously doubt it. If you've ever read any of his blogs, you'll know that it's not really going to be a page-turner.
Boring!
Yeah, seriously, I very much doubt that it'll be appearing in a news, in a bookshop window near you soon. And this says, isn't it strange how the voices of 17.4 million people have been ignored and silenced over the last 2 to 3 days? Funny that. What does that mean? I mean, another reference to 17.4 million people. Ugh, over and over and over. But what does that mean? Ignored and... Do you know what that means?
I think because Dominic Cummings is gone, the voices are all going to be ignored.
Really?
Is the implication.
Oh, really? Right, so he was your saviour. Dominic Cummings was your saviour. Wow, you really do need saving. Ignored and silenced over the last 2 to 3 days. What are you talking about? I think that the realisation is coming to roost that you didn't know what you voted for, and you ain't going to get what they promised you. And you're going to have a long while to think about it, too. This came out in February. Brexit is set to have cost the UK more than £200 billion in lost economic growth by the end of this here year. A figure that almost eclipses the total amount the UK has paid toward the European Union budget over the past 47 years. And remember, you do get benefits for being in the club. Just like if you pay your gym membership. If it's 20 quid a month, then that's not £20 that you've just lost. You get benefits for that. But the amount that we have lost over the last 4 years eclipses the amount that we paid in over the last 47 years. According to research by Bloomberg Economics, the cost of the UK's vote to leave already last February reached £130 billion, with a further $70 billion likely to be added by the end of this here year. But like I said, that was in February before the virus hit, and then all bets are off. So it's bound to be much, much worse than that now. The analysis by the economist Dan Hansen found that business uncertainty had caused the UK's economic growth to lag behind that of other G7 countries since the 2016 vote. That means that the British economy is 3% smaller than it would have been if the UK had not voted to leave the European Union. But, it's... we just... you must be getting tired, you Brexiters, of all this winning. Meanwhile, Kent could become the toilet of England. Did you read about this? It's this Farage garage thing.
I'm a nutcase.
Kent could become the toilet of England in less than 8 weeks, unless dedicated loos are provided for thousands of lorry drivers who could be held up in the county of Kent for hours by post-Brexit border checks, campaigners have warned. The Garden of England could become the urine capital of the country.
Disgusting.
We could call it the Nigel Farage Memorial Urinal.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
With good reason. Campaigners say Kent's main roads and laybys are already littered with bottles of urine and bags of excrement. What? And the problem could become much worse after the 31st of December. We could build a door across the A2 into Kent with a red sign that says occupied on it. Phil Silkstone, a regional officer for Unite, which represents many lorry drivers, says it's got the potential to be disgusting. Potential? I'd say that if the main roads and laybys are already littered with bottles of urine and bags of excrement, then it is disgusting. It's happened already. No potential about it. Mike Soul, a Liberal Democrat councillor in Canterbury who's been campaigning on the issue of human waste being discarded in laybys near the A2 motorway said, God, it's so bad that local councillors are campaigning on the issue. Campaigning, and what a thing to be campaigning about. I mean, to put your name to this. Campaigning on the issue of human waste being discarded in laybys near the A2 motorway. He said, I'm worried that Kent is becoming the toilet of England, not the garden of England, and we're all braced for it getting much, much worse. Thanks a lot, Nige. You see what you've done? On the other hand, Kent did vote overwhelmingly to leave the European Union, so maybe they've got it coming. That entire county is going to need a pooper scooper. The government has promised to drivers that there will be portable toilets if an anticipated 7,000 lorries are held up by new checks and controls in Kent's ports if there's no Brexit trade deal. But if this government's got anything to do with it, the toilets will cost £108 million each, and they'll sign a contract with a financial consultancy based in Jersey that has no experience of portable toilets, and that just so happens to be run by the wife of a Tory MP. And they'll deliver one toilet, and it won't work.
Oh, fabulous.
Unite Union says that these will not be enough to prevent the fouling of Kent's hedgerows on a scale that will horrify local residents. Silkstone said if all the government does is supply a few portaloos, then drivers are likely to take the other options, and that's use the bushes. He warned that the biggest problem would be around 4 lorry parks currently being built in Kent to cope with the anticipated increase in vehicles held at Channel ports. They are the Farage's garages. And Phil Silkstone, the regional officer for Unite, which represents many lorry drivers, said the main concern is the welfare of our drivers, but also the welfare of local residents. It won't be nice having thousands of lorry drivers potentially using the bushes around lorry parks. All we need is a proper toilet and washing facility. The time to start installing them isn't in January, it's now. That's right. It's now, not January. So the government is going to get right on that around July, I would think, when the stench will be stinging the eyes of the good people in the next door county. I mean, they'll probably be able to smell it in France. He said, the man from Unite, the union, he said, it's not a threat from us. But inevitably, if drivers are forced to use bushes and parkways, the environment will be damaged in those areas. I'm hoping the government will listen. Yeah, that's what this government does. Listen. I mean, more like charge in the wrong direction after listening to no one but themselves.
Here we go.
And a spokesman for the Department of Transport referred questions to Highways England. And a spokeswoman for Highways England referred questions about toilet facilities for lorry drivers back to the Department for Transport and to Kent County Council. And a Kent County Council spokesman said waste clearance was the responsibility of district borough councils. And around and around and around they went in an unedifying eddy of effluent. Which would be a pretty good summation of the current administration, I'd say. An unedifying eddy of effluent.